What the kosher clinician said was, a hopeless man is a broken man. A hopeless man is a broken man. This is a very deep and passionate statement, a deep and passionate claim. But this claim is very personal to me. Let's talk about it. I was once this man. I was once a man who had to sit here and reflect back on my life, and while I've had many successes, I've had many failures. While I've created great paths for many people, I've also left a trail of destruction. But I'm going to tell you that sometimes we need help, my brothers, just like I needed help. And a lot of times we're crying out for help, but we really don't know where to get that help from. And you know, there comes a time when a man must take a stand against the immoral acts of other men, regardless of the consequences he may have to face.
What this all be for?
Now I'm back because I've been working on Emancipated Studio. Emancipate your mind, which means it's time to free your mind. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Oh yeah, Uncle Stu is back, and he's back alive, back on fire and ready to get it done. I just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat. Wally, Intentional Millionaire, my daughter, Tiana, Brown Eyes, y'all know her as the T, Sierra, Taheem. We got Before the Billions in the house, Wally in the house, Duran Duplan in the house, Amazing MG all the way from Jamaica, and we got Brittany B in the house, and that smooth talking brother Vaughn Bryant, and of course we got the man, the one, the only, Beautiful Lives El Guapo in the house. I just want to say to each and every single one of y'all that has called, said prayers, you know, giving much love, much encouragement. As you know or may not know, my family went through this week, and Brown Eyes just want to say thank you to all of the phone calls, the love, the prayers, and the support. But as you know, life must go on, and we're going to go on. And now, for what we've all come here to see, the man who come from the Lapeef network, but he says he is more than Lapeef. You have to understand that when Anton Daniels wanted to buy the Sears Towers, they called that man. When Lapeef sold his last t-shirt and didn't know what to do, they called that man. And when Kay was still in high school and didn't know what kind of career she needed to go to, they called that man. And so we needed to call that man to find out who that man is. Give it up for my man, Chicagorilla. You know we got to give it up, Chicago.
Tears, man. Yo. I get sensitive about the Sears Tower. They call it the Willis Tower. Oh, God. Yo, thank you so much, Mark. Thank you so much for making me feel welcome in the Emancipated Studios. Let's go.
You know it. Look, we got big shoes to fill tonight.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Guapo's my mentor. Right? Him and Antoine came out big though. They came out in bathrobes on us, man.
I saw that. You know, it was funny as I saw somebody typed in the comments like, "We need a Chicagorilla one." No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm thinking we're on the street tonight, man. It's the holiday weekend. I mean, a holiday week.
Right.
And, man, we grateful and thankful. So can I ask you something just to kick it off, Uncle Stu?
Sure.
What are you grateful for? What are you thankful for this week?
I am grateful that God has blessed Ray and I to make it through one of the most traumatic times that a parent could ever make. I am grateful for the YouTubers behind the scenes who has reached out to her, not knowing anything about who she was. She never was the front person. She was always behind the scenes. And just for so many people who picked up the telephone and gave her a call and really made it through for her through this week. So I'm just grateful that so many people was able to reach out and do that, you know, and it wasn't about money. It wasn't about trying to get connections. You know, it was just pure love. And for that, I got to come on YouTube and constantly show that same strength, energy, and love. And that's what I'm grateful for.
Yeah, man, and blessings to you and the family, sir.
Yes, sir.
To you and the family. I know this is a trying time, and the fact that you didn't even call, you stayed the course, and you didn't even call, say, hey, man, can we reschedule or anything like that? So, man, salute and blessings to you and the missus, man. Y'all know
yes,
how
sir.
I do, with that fist pound on the chest. Let's.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, but you know, I'm from New York, so we still battling over the pizza.
Wait a minute, hold on. What part of New York?
I'm from Upper West Side Manhattan.
Okay, all right. You know, I don't. Are we still battling over pizza?
I don't know, man, because see, you gotta remember, I'm an old cat. You know, like my New York Knicks was supposed to win a championship, and then we got blown out by somebody. You know, them Chicago Bulls say.
All I'm doing is turning the hat forward. There's nothing on the hat. It's remarkable. I'm just saying.
But at least we kept our baseball team intact, though. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, it's funny because I think, I know you're right in a sense. And I've never been to New York. I got to make it to the Mecca. Hip hop changed my life. And we know Sedgwick, you know what I'm saying? The birthplace with Cool Herc. You know
yes, sir.
So that's how far I go back, right? And so I definitely got to make it up there to try some New York pizza. I just don't know, man. Against deep dish and Chicago pizza is all I know. I just don't know what
See, I can at least say I've been to Chicago, so I've tasted the deep dish. Y'all can keep it. I'm going back home to mine.
What do y'all call it? Lasagna? What do y'all call it? Baked something. Y'all call it baked something. Y'all don't even.
Nah, we just call it pizza. New York City pizza.
No, I'm talking about Chicago deep dish style. I've seen people.
We call it Chicago deep dish style.
Yeah.
And then everybody else that try to rep our pizza, they just call it the New York pizza.
Yeah.
You know.
Ours is super greasy though.
Hey, yo, that's the way it's supposed to be, man. You gotta get it on the heart.
I'm gonna get up there and see it. Then we can revisit the conversation.
Oh, definitely. Yes, you know what I'm saying?
Sir, but yes, sir.
You know, but it's nothing but love, man, coming out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because New York and Chicago, they never really had like beef. It was cultural. You know what I'm saying? It was never like a East Coast, West Coast type stuff.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because, one of the reasons why, at least from the era that I grew up in, and you're talking about the golden era, not even the golden era of hip hop. Chicago used to get everything last. Midwest got everything last. So if you think about the way that radio stations were set up and record labels were set up, so on and so forth, it popped in the East, then it went to the West Coast. Because LA was the second largest city, and then it came to the Midwest. And so I used to sit up with my uncle Skeet. I used to sit up with him Friday nights and Saturday nights listening to HBK. And and it was college radio, and that's when they would play the curses.
Gotcha.
See, you think about Stretching Bobbito.
Yeah, but see, you gotta remember, once all that came out, it was really, once it hit California, you gotta remember it went to LA. I mean, it went to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? And then my man blew it up in Florida.
No, not well. So this is the other thing. On the commercial set, yes, but on like underground, nah. We had the 2 Live Crew. Atlanta didn't hit until Outkast for us, but we had Tila, we had Suave House, we had Ghetto Boys. You gotta also remember, this was the era of Cosby Show and Different World, where you had people going to HBCUs, coming back, bringing back the music.
True.
So it was a lot, but because Chicago was the 3rd largest market, see, you got to remember with WGCI, not HPK so much, but WKKC, and then V103, we were getting music, but we was just getting it last. Atlanta is really, because I lived 20 years in Atlanta. Atlanta is really known for playing like homegrown music, and they still do it to this day. They play homegrown music first, whereas when you and I travel and we go and we like, okay, what does the music sound like in New York now? Or what does the music sound like in VA? We're not going to hear those local artists. When I lived in Detroit, I was so disappointed I wasn't hearing Detroit music. Right. But I don't want to get us off topic. We can go.
No, we on topic. We on
We started at on topic because music, and you in my bag right now.
But you got to talk about it because I got them young educated brothers in the chat. Like before the billions. They're super educated, so sometimes they need a little history to let them know that as old people, we know what time it is. But let me ask you something though, like. How do you feel about how Chicago always been what Chicago is in the sense of on the news, they make Chicago now the outlier for crime. Shout out to Lapeef. Appreciate you coming by, sir.
Shout out, bro. I'm still celebrating your born day. Hold on. Let me show him this real quick.
Okay.
Let me show him this real quick just to make him feel away. Let me show him this real quick. We celebrating his birthday still.
Oh, when is his birthday?
It was last week. It was last Tuesday, actually. And then we celebrated Thursday, and the man ain't stopped working, man. He
ain't stopped working.
Nah, he just worked. That's all he knows.
Hey, yo, shout out to Lapeef. Happy birthday from Uncle Stu. I'ma just tip it up to you one time, sir. Here you go. That's for you, my brother. Appreciate the love and everything. Appreciate you being the leader of a lot of areas, man. I have nothing but respect for your program, your business, and your show. Shout out to you, sir.
That's what's up. I see, Brian got his wife their life, man. I love them, man.
Man. Look, man, listen. You don't know. Look, we all vegans around here, man. So you can't bring the pork. Don't be bringing no beef. Don't be bringing no fried chicken to the. Just bring some collard greens, some cornbread. We got you.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Now you start bringing them ham hocks and cheese. We gonna have to talk about it.
Well, you know what week we is, so you know it's gonna be ham hocks and chitlins all day.
Look, don't let me have to call Blind Guy and them up here, man. They gonna
don't. I'm trying to get better. Me and my boo thing been talking about doing better, so we trying to get better.
But being that you talked about Atlanta, you talked about Chicago, You grew up. You was born and raised in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
So how was it when you was coming up in Chicago? And what side? Because
Southside
I know
Wild.
we got East Side, West Side.
Nah, Southside. I'll answer that off the rip. Southside Wild Wild, Wild Hundreds, and anybody that's from the crib, they know what that is when I say that. And don't mind me flipping my hat back and forth and none of that. We ain't on that type of time tonight. I'm just getting comfortable. I'm too old for all that. I'm just getting comfortable. But the era. It's interesting because the era that I grew up in, it was still community. It was still, how you listen to how you could talk to some people that maybe grew up in the projects or whatever,
Yeah.
right? And they talk about, man, they almost talk about it like, man, you could leave your door open in certain project because it was still family. You know why? Because in Chicago, the Great Migration from the South, most of those people came up through the South to Chicago. And it was families at a time who were already used to living with each other. And then, and I don't want to get into a whole diatribe, but the era that I grew up in, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have no bad memories. Gang banging and all. And I consider myself a neutron, a L7 square. Let me explain that for the people. A neutron is a person that's neutral. A neutron is a person that's not affiliated with a gang. A L7, a square, you a nerd. I wore glasses all my life. So on the block, they call me professor. And it saved my life because the OGs on the block wouldn't let me get into nothing stupid. I couldn't do nothing stupid if I wanted to, because they'd be like, the person that I hated to disappoint the most was my grandma, and they would be like, "Professor, what you doing? You can't go. You can't do. You can't. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna tell your grandma." And I'd be like, "Man, let me go ahead." You know what I'm saying? So I could never get into nothing stupid. But the city itself, man, yeah. I mean, gang banging is a thing, man. In that era, my block was a neutron block. The block next over was a
When
neutron.
you say era, give me years, because I'm gonna ask you a question on that.
Yeah, so my goodness, I came back to Roseland in like 84. So I would say 85 through 92. It
Okay.
was gang banging. This is when no, not 92, 95. 95 is when I left and moved to Atlanta. And what I would say is that there was some heavy influences. So, like, I remember when Colors came out. I remember the murder rate shot up. I remember when Boys in the Hood came out. People cried, but the murder rate shot up. I remember that heavy influence of NWA. I remember when Minister Society came out and it went through the roof, right?
Right.
And it was so, my gosh, it was so sensitive that, again, like I was saying, my block was a neutron block. Like, so let's say I'm on 107, 108th neutron, 109th BDs, 110th GDs, 111th stones, right? Like that's how it was. You go back the other way, 106 folk on the hustlers, 105th GDs, all the way back to like 99, right? And so you have people that maybe went to grammar school together, grew up together, but got indoctrinated into different gangs and could no longer even associate with each other or be seen in public with each other, right? And so people were getting killed left and right. I mean, I talked about it on the platform before, where we were having this conversation around trauma, and I was saying that I seen somebody get killed. And it to this day doesn't affect me. Right, I seen him get killed. I loaded him into the car, drove with him to him and two other guys to Roseland Hospital. And normally, and I'm still trying to unpack this. I even talked about this with my therapist, but normally you would have like some type of feeling for loss of life, some type of empathy. And maybe you as a vet, I don't know, maybe you as a vet, maybe you have seen that type of experience or something like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that impacts, but I just know for me, even to this day, it doesn't impact me. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. And I struggle trying to unpack that. But Chicago, at the same time that I can lay out for y'all that it was tumultuous, and that it was chaotic. Um, man, I wouldn't trade the way I grew up for anything else. It was amazing.
Let's before we go to the unpacking, and I'll be glad to share, a piece of my story when it comes to that. Let's go back to that time because you said some good stuff. For New Yorkers, for a lot of people that, let's say, grew up in New York, New Jersey, um, those who was influenced in Connecticut, a lot of that migration, because you talked about the Great Migration, I'm the son of that Great Migration.
Yep.
A lot of my people either came out of South Carolina or they came out of Georgia. What would be the major states that influenced Chicago?
Oh man, 57. So Memphis off top, that's where you get your blues from. That's where you get that. That's where you get pimping from.
Okay.
Memphis all day, 1000%.
Gotcha.
And then you get Mississippi, Memphis, Mississippi, and Arkansas. My people, as far as I can trace back, is Blytheville, Arkansas.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now you also talked about if I compare the projects in New York, I used to say to people, New York projects is different than other projects that I've seen in other states. Meaning you could grow up in the projects, but like a block away was a middle class neighborhood. So, our projects in New York was totally kind of different, because of the area in which it might be located. So when I think of Chicago projects, I'm going all the way back to when, Candyman was written. I'm going back to,
that's
when I'm trying to think of that other movie where I don't even think that project exists no more.
No, you got to think about
all the way back
times.
to like the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, you got to think about good times when you think about Chicago projects, and
good
times was based off of Cabrini Green. And it's funny because even in the opening scene, I say this all the time, and I never forget my address when I lived in Cabrini Green. For that time, it was 911 North Hudson. And there's an opening scene where they show that building. They show my building, 911 North Hudson. It's one of the last buildings that they show in the opening credits. But it wasn't no, you could walk and, somebody from the crib in the comments, they can correct me if I'm wrong. My memory ain't always perfect, but you were surrounded by, when I think about the Ickies, the Idabes, Robert Taylors, got doggone Stateway projects. Think about 63rd and Calumet. Nah, fam, it wasn't no walk into a middle class neighborhood next block over. It wasn't none of that. You actually kind of didn't see that type of you didn't see that until that movie. Gosh, The Widows. I say this all the time. I don't know if you ever saw that. The Widows with what's her name? Is it Viola Davis? And
I'm not sure, but I will definitely watch it so I can, get some weight behind it.
It's a scene where Colin Farrell is in the hood and he's campaigning for office. I don't know, I think he was campaigning for mayor. Anyway, he jumps in the car and they do like a Spike Lee camera pan. So the camera's on him, but you can see the background. So you can see him leaving the hood. So you see all the broken down, dilapidated buildings. He's in the car. He's having a conversation the whole time. This scene is about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
In the background, you see the scenery change. When he gets out the car, he's in the well-to-do neighborhood. Somebody told me where it was they were at, where they were filming that at, because that exists for real in real life. I just don't know where. But when I was growing up, you couldn't be in the hood or be in the projects and then walk to a middle-class neighborhood.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. How do you think that affected you? Because you said, and I quote, you saw a body.
Yep.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see a body until I went into the military.
Yep.
So, and you said that you couldn't feel it.
Yep.
But do you think you got numb as a child? And I'm not trying to put no kind of traumatic stuff.
No, I know.
I'm just, sometimes you see things so much that you just naturally numb yourself because it becomes normalized. So would you say crime became normalized for you?
I think I was in a sense desensitized, right? But the other thing is I knew the shooter and I knew who got shot.
Okay.
And it's just weird. It's weird that I just have no attachment. And it wasn't like, let me be clear, man. It wasn't like it was somebody that was my best friend. I think Marlon stayed down the hill. We hooped together. So I knew him, especially from being in school and his rep in the neighborhood. So he was gang affiliated. And the person that I knew that did the shooting, he stayed a block over from me. And he was like he wasn't really gang affiliated. He was borderline. Like in Chicago, we called it back then, you got blessed in. Like you didn't get, like the initiation was you was getting blessed, right?
Right.
So he wasn't like affiliated, like he wasn't blessed in, but he was seeking. And so maybe that was his initial. I don't know, but I just remember not having a feeling one way or the other. But I do think the amount of media, and this is the part that I stay trying to unpack, Uncle Stu, is
Okay.
that just as a human being, I felt like I should have felt a lot more, right? But as a shorty, I think the amount of media that I consumed up to that point, including maybe some of the music that I listened to, it just didn't have an impact. It's the same reason why kids today can see a crime or a horrendous act or a girl getting smacked with a skateboard or somebody getting their face bit off, and the first thing they think to do is film it. And we have no sense of humanity in terms of rushing in to aid and assist. Does that make sense? It's
It
like we're
does.
so desensitized to what's going on.
How did that affect you in your 20s? How did that affect you, let's say, dealing with whether it's other males or the females, just just on that
Yeah.
relationship vibe?
Yeah, I don't, the funny thing is, and again, this is why I constantly try to unpack it. But I don't think it did. At least not in the way that I realized, because when that incident happened, the people that I was closest to, like my best friends and my homeboys and stuff like that, they knew it happened. They knew I seen it, but it didn't bother them. It didn't affect them. They wasn't like, "Man, are you okay? Oh my God, you saw Marlon get hit." Da, 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 da. It was like we were used to hearing the stories of people getting shot. We were used to hearing the legends of certain hood figures walking in the game room, and just because the ops was there, let loose on them. And we were just used to those stories. We were used to seeing the movies. I think we just became desensitized to them. And so, because the way that I grew up was working middle class, I mean, blue collar, L7 square to the bone nerd, I don't think I ever really unpacked it. And I don't think it affected me in a way that impeded me from being successful in relationships and maneuvering. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
It makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense. In
Yeah.
other words, you was able to differentiate childhood, whatever you saw or grew up around, that became normalized. So whenever
Yeah.
you dealt with
Yep.
people, you basically didn't make it how would I don't like to use the word trigger all the time because I don't always think everybody, but I
Yeah.
just allow me to use that word loosely because it's
Yeah.
so much to do. It wasn't a trigger for how you dealt with other people.
Not at all. But I wasn't in the type of world that Marlon or the shooter that I knew. I wasn't in a type of world anyway. Never was. I
Okay,
was around it. I was in it, but not of it. You understand what I'm saying?
I
Which
do.
is which is why I can come back to Chicago after so many years, and when I connect with these young bloods, I can connect with them in a significant way because I understand, the connection. Like honestly, it's a lot of the creatives here in Chicago. Man, it's a lot more nerds and oofy goofies. You know what I'm saying? Squares. It's a lot of squares here than anything else. But people don't even know, man. From a music, fashion, art perspective, Chicago influenced the world right now.
Right.
People don't even know. And so I connect with them in the sense of, man, a lot of them same cats have seen, have witnessed, um, and have a lot of uh that to unpack and don't know how to, right? And so, but here's the other thing: some of them don't. Some of them just it's just normalized. It just is what it is. Like think about Derek. This is the first thing I think about when I was in Atlanta. This is the first time I one of the first times I cried.
Hold
Being
on,
in Go
Chicago.
ahead.
If I don't shout this one out, if I don't shout
Go
this
for
one
it.
out, I know I'm in trouble. Thank you, Miss Courtney Michelle. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I'm gonna. Miss Courtney, this one for you, Miss Courtney. Hold up, we gotta get the camera right. That's for you, Miss Courtney.
Man, that's
Appreciate
my
you.
sister
I
right
seen
there.
you on O'Shea Do
That's
Jackson.
my sister.
Keep on putting it in the work.
Yep.
Love you. I love you, girl. You
Man,
know
that's
I
my
love you.
sister.
Uh-oh. My
Where's she
mentor.
at?
This is the one I'm waiting. We all waiting on him to come home,
That's my
representing the
sister
7 by
right there.
7 Jedi Mike in the house. So many people I gotta sit up there and shout out. My right hand man, intentional millionaire. He gonna get all the names for me. He gonna get them for me. That's right, Jedi. We waiting on you, bruh. But this is how I want to switch it, and it's not really a switch.
Nope.
Did you go to college?
I did some college. I did 2 years at Atlanta Metro.
Okay, so what brought you from Chi-Town to Atlanta?
Good one. Man, let me see. Let me make sure. Let me make sure the likes is up, man.
Look, I need some likes right now. I need some subscribers.
Yeah,
I need it all.
yeah, let's get the subscription base up because it's funny because the way I jumped on Lapeef platform, people don't necessarily know my story. They see me unfold
Right.
through the platform, but you're asking the questions, right? To be honest, you know, I was in school. I was at Harold Washington College here in Chicago at the time, and I was working. And I found out that I had a baby girl.
Okay.
And as a young man, and the situation, I won't go into the situation.
Okay, that's fine.
Me and her mom is like that's one of my best friends today. So me and
Okay.
her are cool, and me and my daughter are cool. But at that time, it was tumultuous because here's the thing: I was working one job and going to school. Found out in the middle of me doing homework. I literally was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework, and got the call that, hey, you have a daughter. And I was like, word. And so I didn't get too excited one way or the other, but I was like, okay, well, I want to see her. And so I took one of my homeboys with me. And they was like, yeah, that's you, fam. You can never deny her. And so and I mean on everything, like that's my baby girl. And so it just the arrangement got convoluted. What happened was the arrangement got convoluted. A lot of fighting and tussling about, what I was able to do, what I wasn't able to do. And at this time I was still really, really young. And one of my guys, well, a couple of my guys had moved to Atlanta at the time. One of my guys was coming back from winter break, and they was like, yo, you gotta come to the A. And I was like, you know what, I'm having all this trouble going back and forth and da 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 da. Like, F y'all, F all this, F you, F your mama, da 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 da. I'm going to Atlanta. And my intention was really just to go and get away. I quit school. I shouldn't have, but I quit school and I ran to Atlanta. And I remember it was January 5th or 6th of 1995. And I drove down in some lugs, not Tim's, and some lugs and a got doggone goose feather coat, right? Got down there in January, it was like 60 some degrees.
They knew you was a tourist.
I found 2 jobs in 1 week.
Right.
I called my grandma, say I'm coming back to get the rest of my stuff next week. I'm moving to Atlanta for sure. So that's how I found myself in Atlanta. I had some people. I had a couple brothers that I grew up with. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 brothers that I grew up with.
Okay.
And by brothers, I mean friends, really good friends.
Right,
We still
right.
cool to this day. That I grew up with that had moved to Atlanta, and they was doing their thing, and they invited me to come down, and I was in the midst of some tumultuous goofiness anyway, and decided to move to Atlanta, and made my way in the figure 8, man. And Atlanta was a beautiful experience, absolutely beautiful.
I know you don't want to get too much into it, and again, if I'm asking the same question twice, forgive me. First of all, how old was you when you had your daughter?
Man, 19.
19. All right. Let me get some love to a couple of people that floated in.
No, let me say this.
Okay.
No, when I found out she was mine. 19.
19.
That's when I found out she was mine. She was already like a year and a half old. Yeah, and she's still the princess.
Understandable. Let me just quickly give a shout out to Miss B Finesse. Let me give a shout out to Bolo TV. And I'm gonna get XDMC up here. He representing New York. We're gonna have this pizza talk again. I gotta get some backup.
We got to.
And hold up, I seen someone else sneak up in here. I'm gonna give a big shout out to. I know I seen Bolo TV. All right, that might be it. I think that's it. All right. If I missed anybody, please don't leave the chat. I'm sorry if I missed you.
I'm going in.
But now you said
I'm trying to get me to unpack tonight, man. Let's go. We can unpack it then. Let's get it.
Look, you said that the price of admission is a like,
hit a
and
like,
subscribe. That's free.
What's the cash at? What's the cash, man? Come on,
I don't know. I ain't got them numbers, man. I got Brown eyes. She do all that. I don't know.
That's wild.
I ain't seen no piece of paper, so I guess everybody broke. They trying to get that Thanksgiving dinner. I ain't got it like your boys last night. You know what I'm saying? I can't get up and go put on 2 different Versace robes right now. I ain't got no eyeshadow sitting in my closet.
Hey man,
I'm gonna get one just to be prepared for them brothers. Do you know?
I gotta be prepared. El Wapo killed it. Like,
yes, he did.
That might be his new shtick for them snob talks, man. Like,
look, did he not imitate Antoine to the T?
All the way to what the piss.
Look, I wait for LaBella to imitate Rita. I was like, here it comes.
That would have been dope. If he had brought in LaBella, that would have been dope. But hey man, when he did the lead attorney, I was like, okay, he owned the song. But when he did Anton, I was like, oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, the one I like that when he got on the lead attorney, you gotta admit, when he be talking about 1 hour, reading a $1.99 super chat. All I kept getting was now every time I watch the lead, I gotta see do I hit the come up button the 3 hours in or what?
When he started doing the hands, I was like, see, that's why you can't be mad at Natasha K. She was doing
she was the one to bring it out first.
Shout out to the lead attorney, man. Shout out to El Wapo, man.
You know, that's why that's why I told you in the chat. I'm like, yo, hold up, man. We gotta come behind them too.
Man, I mean, it is what it is, but we gonna cook tonight, man. I'm finna. Hey man, for those of y'all that be trying to figure out how I talk slick and swallow spit, where all of it come from, this, that, and the third, y'all be trying to figure out my language and who is this oofy goofy or whatever, man. You finna get it all tonight with Uncle Stu, man.
Yes, sir. So coming to Atlanta, because I had a child, 18. As a matter of fact, my older child is in the chat right now. I had a child coming out of high school. A lot of people don't understand what a man feels like when that word comes across. Let's talk about that, because see, right now we got young bucks out here just swinging, and they really don't understand what's really happening. And then they're yelling at the women, but the reality is, man, if I would have really, not to say I don't love my child, but if I really would have paid attention to some things, you're on mute.
I know. I'm doing that on purpose because I don't want to overtalk you. I want you to get that out. I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah. If somebody would have really just grabbed me up, and I got a mother and father. I got good parents, but really made me understand life just a little bit better. I could have did much better in my 20s. And I went to the military because of it. But I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't manned up because I didn't really understand the full weight of manhood.
So let me tell you a piece of mine. Because you said, like, yo, when you hear those words, yo, I'm pregnant with your seed. See, a lot of some women tend to think that, oh, the baby daddy ain't this, that, third. Let me be clear. I hate them terms, baby daddy, baby mama.
I hate them. That's a new term. I don't like it.
When I speak on the mother of my children, that's the mother of my children. She's not my
Correct.
baby mama. Okay. So I didn't grow up with my dad. I grew up, and honestly, I have the most reverence and respect for my grandmother because she essentially raised me. My grandmother did. My granddad was in the house, but he wasn't my biological granddad. But you would never be able to tell because he raised all of us, including my mama and her siblings and everybody on the block. He raised us as if we were his, right? But he was a quiet man. This is where I get my work ethic from, in the sense of he went to work, he came home, paid his bills, kept it moving. Now, my dad, because that void was there, when I found out I had a seed, my approach was, she's not going to grow up the way that I grew up. I'm going to be present. And so what I began to do at that time was overcompensate. And I didn't know how to have the conversation with her mother and her grandmother, because her grandmother was involved.
Right.
And that's what made it even more complicated, right? Because it was just, and again, I don't want to go too much into it, but it was just a really, really complicated situation as a result of me not having the discipline that I needed to have at that age. And let me be clear with young gentlemen as well. And I apologize, this stuff keeps going.
No, keep it going.
Yeah, I'm on my work laptop, but let me be clear with the young gentlemen. You could strap up. That's cool. I'm gonna tell you something. At the age that I'm at, to be honest, and you just kind of really heard Uncle Stu say it too. I'll say for me, I ain't gonna say for Uncle Stu. I'm just saying if I had a do over for me, I'd probably be a 40-year-old virgin. Be honest. And the reason why I say that, Uncle Stu, is because we champion men going to dig in the coop. Like, it's, yo, fam, at the end of the day, fam, it's it's coochie, man.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You in here, you with a woman, she got a bad body, you put the notch on your belt, you get to brag to your boys. When you get to this age, you're not bragging about this chick I was with, that chick. It doesn't matter. You know what we look at now? the couple that's been together 22 years, 30
Right.
years, 40 years, the couple they got married out of high school and they still
Right.
getting it in. That's the
Right.
couple that you look at. That's what you're trying to build. So as a
Right.
young blood, you run around here putting your digging stick in this one, that one, boo, because you got to try this and try that. Yo, fam, it's all pink on the inside. I'm not trying to get graphic, but I'm just saying.
No,
You know,
you're speaking truth. You're
yeah,
speaking
because that's how my
truth.
pastor broke it down to me, man. He told me this. He told me the story of how his father told him, like, yo, fam, you know, some deeper, some more shallow, but it's all pink on the inside, fam.
Right.
Right. So what
Right.
we really doing, and to be honest, and you out here spilling your seed, and yeah, you say, okay, strap up, but man, we still act like STDs ain't out here. We still act like AIDS is not an issue, HIV ain't an issue, crabs ain't an issue, gonorrhea not an issue. We still act like that, and all we say is, man, just strap on and put the rubber on extra tight. Nah, fam, because you know when you stroking, you really want to feel what that thing feel like, man. Stop playing.
Right. Keep it real. Yeah.
Stop playing that thing, that ushy gushy, you deep. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to get
No, no,
graphic,
go.
but that ushy gushy,
This grown folk talk up
right.
here.
I'm talking to the young bloods, man. You deep off in it, and you that thing. All of a sudden, you gonna act like you ain't finna pull out and slide it off and then put it back in, and she like, "What you doing?" And then she going with you. Come on, fam. Nah, I would say to the young bloods, you vet that woman the same way we teach girls to vet men and understand that their womb is sanctity. Yo, your seed that you carry in your sack is just as sacred. Your digging stick is just as sacred. You know, I'm not an advocate, and I'm just telling you from hindsight. I'm just telling you from hindsight, man. If I knew then what I knew now, man, I would have been a lot more selective and intentional, and yeah, I would have been a lot more adamant about who I was with. But I probably would have been a 40-year-old virgin, to be honest. Keep it 100.
Let me ask you a question, real. Tell me.
Hush up, Court. Hush up, girl.
You know I had to show that one.
I can't stand her. That's my sister. I can't stand her.
Look, you know, Courtney, HBCU woman now. She country now. She gonna get you. Courtney gonna get you now.
People don't know. Courtney she is Black power personified. She is Whitley Gilbert personified. She's Whitley Gilbert times 10. And what I mean by that Southern Belle aspect, not necessarily Black power aspect, because I don't want to confuse nobody, but she is that Renaissance Belle, that Southern Belle. She is that Whitley Gilbert, but she is 1000% Black people, Black power all the time. That's my sister, and I love her. I wish her much success.
Well, you know, I love her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, because
she just got light skin tendencies, Uncle Stu.
Don't get me in trouble. Don't get me in trouble now. You gonna have look. You gonna have TJ coming after me. You ain't gonna get these people after me. Courtney, I love you, Courtney. I got you back. Uncle got you. But real talk. I mean, when you know, of course, I met. When I say met, meaning, you know, seeing Courtney when she was on Lapeef. Mm-hmm. And what I loved about her and still love about her was I saw what grown adult men love. Mm-hmm. I saw when she needed to be strong, and I also saw submissiveness. I saw a woman who can change, and I've seen her do things that, for me, I've never seen a Black woman publicly do before. Mm. I ain't never seen a Black woman get on a network, TV, cable, anything, and apologize to her baby's father. Come on now. And then these goofies go after her. I'm saying, wait a minute. This woman not only apologized to her baby father, let's get that right, then turn around and take him off of child support? Hey, yo, come on, man. Come on, fam. How many women do that?
But, listen, in the same way we say hey, don't pedestalize a woman. And we talk about it from the simp perspective, right? Like, you're pedestalizing a woman to earn her affection. We also shouldn't pedestalize a woman as like, this is the shining example, or this is the idol, or this is the blueprint, right? I think like Courtney is, and I have a different perspective because I've talked to her behind the scenes, so
Right.
I know what type of time she on, man. The Courtney that y'all see, that is the real Courtney. I'm not gonna, flake in front on that, but
Right.
she's way more deeper, way more deeper than what her critics think they see from her.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you. When I I want people to understand, when I talk about Courtney, it ain't the factuation that everybody's looking at. You know what I'm saying?
They're looking at
It is the strength. See, I was raised around, I had a mother and father. I was mostly raised around women, although I had strong uncles and cousins that were men that taught me how to be a man, but I also recognize the beauty and the strength of a woman too. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I had to give her credit. There was just things that I saw that it was like, yeah, I need to know, who is this HBCU grad, TSU, country girl, who can rock and roll with the best of the best. Yeah, I think that's worthy. That is definitely worthy. But let me ask you this. Okay, you're in Atlanta, you're making moves. You're doing what you gotta do. But you talked about you was once married.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to go into any gory details. I'm not trying to get you to sign it. This ain't. I got you. There you go. Put the hat back on.
The hat is
but from a man standpoint, because I think a lot of us as men, this might be my prejudice, and you can help me with it. We'll tolerate a whole lot until we somehow get the strength to say enough is enough.
Man, it wasn't even that.
It's not. I told you, when you come here, I want people to understand that I'm real, I'm authentic, and I like to have the real authentic conversation.
Yes, sir.
Because here we go. I can't be out here talking about empowering men and getting women to understand the man that they want to be with, and I'm fake. Yeah. I just went through something that some people were saying to me. I'm gonna be honest. Some men were saying to me, man, you a simp because of what you did. They don't even understand that it's not even not having a choice. You don't see somebody go down like that and just stand there, and then when it's over, talk about, yo, baby, we're gonna do this. You understand? Manhood comes when that woman is at her low and can't breathe. You know how good it felt to be able to say, just do whatever you got to do. This bill is paid. To be surrounded by men in her family and then still be able to get on the screen and smile. But I also know what it feels like to be married. I know what it feels like to be put down, to be feeling less than. I've been through victim of domestic violence. I know what I tried to do to get out of that. I knew that I didn't have no help to get out of that. I'm battling with trying to love one child while damn near losing the other child and trying to survive in your mind where there was no help. There was nothing called the manosphere. There was no group manhood talking, let's brothers. I didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? So no woman can come in and have this conversation because you can't imitate what the original pain and feeling of manhood really is. And I can't get some of these women to shut up enough to listen to what a man is saying without them trying to tell me 300 different times how they've been hurt. No, be quiet because you don't understand what it's feeling like when all the pressure is on these shoulders and you got no help. All right, I ain't gonna preach no more.
No, you preaching, Doc. Listen, I'll never shout you down when you're preaching good. I need to, man, y'all. He need to be reading some Cash Apps right now. Where them Cash Apps at, man?
Right now, I got Brother Guapo with the $50 Cash App.
Oh, man.
I don't have that mic, but I can do. Yeah, there you go. And Black Titan with the $25 Cash App. Thank y'all very much.
That's love, man.
But
oh gosh, man, you hit on so much. Let me ask you this first.
Sure.
So I grew up on Willie Dynamite, the Mac, gotcha. Dolomite, Petey Wheatstraw, Superfly. When did the term simp become so synonymous with anything that I think another man is not doing that I deem as masculine?
I didn't hear the word simp until I'd say 8-9 months ago when I started seeing what was going on online.
Sure.
You know, and hearing the terminologies. And then I think about 2-3 months ago when I really got the full, and even then the full weight of that definition was still not clear. You know what I'm saying? It was like I was hearing folks shout out football players, and I'm going, wait a minute now, that's a simp? You know, like if that's a simp, well, what the heck is this? So to me, I don't see a clear definition, so I don't know what the heck that is. Now, if you talk about, you know, the brother who's trying to, I don't know, buy his way into a love and friend, you know, okay, that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? We know them types. But a man just to say, you know what, you look good. You know, can I buy you some flowers? And he's doing it with the right motives. I don't see that as a simp. Me saying, hey, I want to take you out to dinner and I'm not looking for nothing at the end of the dinner date. I don't know. So I'm still trying to get I'm thinking maybe I'm too old. I don't know all of this, all these different multi-languages.
One thing I do know about language and words, especially in our community, is that people learn a new word and they run with it. But you know, the era that I come from, you know, my uncle's a Mac. I was around, you know, pimps. So that's why I always say, like, I'm a neutron L7 square. I was in it, but not of it. You know what I'm saying? Like my uncle that's 8 years older than me, like, man, that's why I told you, he used to have to take me to when he wanted to go to see a movie, he had to take me with him. So that's why Dolomite, the Mac, all that, right? Pimps up, hoes down, America. I mean, not American,
doesn't Slim Pimp, come from Chicago too?
Who?
Slim.
Fillmore, no,
Iceberg Slim.
That's a good one. I don't think Iceberg, maybe Memphis. I don't think Iceberg Slim was from.
Okay, I always thought Iceberg Slim was from Chicago before he moved to California.
Check the chat and see what Courtney said. Courtney know better than me. I read that book once.
I don't know. Is she still in the chat?
Yeah, I just remember.
Does anybody know where Iceberg Slim is from?
I thought you were talking about Fillmore Slim. I know Fillmore Slim from the Bay Area, Oakland.
Courtney, you said me too. Do you know where Iceberg Slim is from, Courtney?
See what Courtney said. I love pimp movies. Courtney thinks she a pimp. That's why she love pimp movies.
see, you have to make me drop the chat and bring her up here for you. See,
Courtney, too much, man. When we talk, me and Courtney go back and forth, man.
He is from Chicago, according to Courtney. Yeah, I thought Iceberg Slim was from Chicago. Yeah,
possibly. I mean, you know the.
But see, you got to remember, he's even older than me, so he go a little bit back in the sense of that generation.
Yeah, definitely before, you know, the Mr. White folks and the Bishop Don ones and I mean, like, even hey man, even Sinful. Shout out to Sinful to P, man. Sinful to P is killing it, man. But I just don't get this conversation that a lot of dudes have when they disagree with another brother, or if a brother is like, to your point,
Right,
man, I get my lady flowers. Are you a simp? Because I got my lady flowers.
right,
I told my girl I love her today. Oh man, you a simp. Hey, well, am I a simp because I told my brother I love him too?
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
Or we get gentlemen who are in their most vulnerable moments, man, and they going through a thing and they cry, and it's like, man, you simping, man, get up. What? I'm simping because I'm crying? I don't know, but anyway, to your point, I have no problem with going through my story. I I was dealing with a young lady that I happened to work. Well, actually, I wasn't dealing with her. We was just cool at the time,
Right,
and was really just honest. Atlanta is Atlanta, man. We were fooling around,
right.
and man, found out that she was having my son, and she had met my fam. My grandma said no. My mama said no. My sister said no, and I said it's a go. Right? So
Wow.
it's one of those instances where I definitely, absolutely should have listened to the female voices in my life, because they had that insight. And the other thing that bugged me out was that her family, she was completely opposite of her family. Her family was super cool. Like, we're still good to this day.
Right.
Me and her family, not me and her per se. However, um, man, yeah, we was married for 10 years. Um, two boys and a ladybug out of that situation. And similar to what you were saying, it was just really tumultuous. What and it's not all because of her. I wasn't the man that I needed to be in that situation.
Beautiful.
I really
Beautiful.
wasn't. No, I can admit that, like, 1,000%. Anybody that hears me
Yeah.
talk about my situation, I never put anything that I went through, anything that I endured, I never put that on her. That's
Yeah.
all on me.
Well, see, I totally agree, because when people say, well, you married, you divorced, I say, yeah, but I don't put that on her. I wasn't, I was already dealing with one child, meaning my youngest child, and I just came out of another tumultuous situation, where that mother accused me of a child. I'm with her thinking the child she carrying is mine, which separated me from my oldest child.
Yep.
And now after I done dealt with that, I was still tore up. I wasn't where I needed to be as a male. And then when I married for the wrong reason. I married to be closer to my oldest daughter because I didn't want to lose it. But if I would have been more of a man going into my marriage, or even being man enough to say, "No, I'm not ready to be married, but I'm ready to do whatever it takes to step up my game as a father." Because see, I come out of the 1995 Million Man March.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Talk to them about that, because they may not know the important. Now, I didn't go, but they may not know how impactful that was to the brothers that went and what that means.
What we was fighting for then was taking accountability for our own actions. We was not going to play white man or victim Olympics.
Yep.
That's the new term now. But we definitely wasn't playing victim Olympics. We definitely wasn't going to sit around here blaming white America. And we wasn't blaming black women. We said we're going to man up and do the right thing and step up the game. So if that meant going back, making sure child support paid, getting into the community, getting back into the family, whatever that meant, that's what we was going to do. And so I believe, looking back, we said the right things, did the right things.
Yeah.
I think when they had their women's march, they forgot community. Because their march said us. And then what I began to see was a storyline that no one could stop and still can't stop it to this day. Now, do I make that an excuse for us not to be the men we supposed to be? No, I do not. But I do recognize some of the issues that is coming out that is not being talked about. And if it is talked about, either you lose your job, your career, or you get the backlash from a whole nother source.
Which is ridiculous in my opinion. But I just remember I was in Atlanta by that time, but also, Farrakhan is here in Chicago. And I just remember the feeling of pride for even brothers that didn't go, that feeling of pride that swelled throughout the entire country just to see brothers come together of that magnitude. And you're right. It was no woman bash, and it wasn't about blaming the black woman. It wasn't about blaming the white man. This is all on us, and this is what we gonna do.
And I challenge anybody, go back and see the women's Million March and listen and hear what they said. And you tell me, was that community or was that separation? I challenge that. I got a bunch of women in the chat. I challenge that. I remember, when I was trying to find shelter, and I went to churches, and I'm in the South. They told me, what did you do to cause her to do the things that she's doing? So here I am, a man that was raised up never to put my hand on a woman, but I was never taught how to protect myself from one. No shelters. I couldn't get away with a child. No social service could help, but I say that I survived and lived all of that, never taking in anybody's hurt, pain, no blame. I'm just here to let men know whatever you've going through, you still a man, and I'm here and I love you.
Here's the other thing, of what you were saying too. The other thing we were also taught was to never take a handout. So what people don't realize, for a man to bow down and ask for help, or to ask for assistance, that takes a lot, even if it's from the church. Let alone being able to go to, now I get it. You got the swindlers and the Ray Rays and the Poogies. I know we attach that label to them, but the oofy goofies that just, go mooch and leech, that's what they do. I'm talking about a man's man that's used to getting up, going to work from can't see to can't see. And now he has to go and ask for aid and assist from the government, or aid and assistance from the church, or from his woman.
Yeah. Do you know how good it felt? Brown Eyes lost her son. And you don't know how good it felt when I'm hearing from her dad. And, everybody heard, of course. We go to make the arrangements, and we sitting there, and I remember her wrestling the night before between cremation and burial, and she didn't want to do no cremation, but it was suggested do the cremation because it was cheaper, and I said. And I watched her wrestle between these two. And I said, if your decision is going to be based on economics, I don't need you to make that kind of a decision. You need to make it based on how you feel and what you want at the end of the day. Chicago, do you know how good it felt as a man to be able to look at her father, and her father talked to me, and we both said, okay, she gonna make the decision. I need you to take the book, put it over the prices, make her sign that little piece of paper at the bottom, and take her about the room. It is over. We got this. And to be able to do that and still have a roof over your head, not try to figure out, dang, how am I eat lunch tomorrow? So that was the real. Now I'll be bold with everybody. I'm 54 years old. Do you know that was the first time I felt like a man?
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes,
so
sir.
I dare some young boy come up to me, call me a simp. No, I know what it means now. And then to have her male counterparts, these real alpha men, they ain't no weak little brothers. These are alpha men that got to be able to look at me and say, he the man, and then have them calling me, hey, this is how we're going to make this arrangements. Is my niece okay? Okay, I need you to make these, this is what we're doing for you over here. We got you over here. You all right? And then to hear Bolo TV call me and say, are you all right?
Man, shout out to Bolo, man.
Do you understand?
Bolo. Yes, sir.
So, are you all right? He didn't ask. Again, he's being sensitive. Are you all right? When El Guapo calling me, are you all right?
Yes, sir.
You feel me? And then you sitting there going, I'm glad they understand that Uncle Stu ain't all right. I got all kinds of stuff going on around me. But I have to keep the strength so that the woman that bear children and lost one can be even stronger. You feel me? And this is not me bragging or boasting. I'm trying to tell women, stop acting like you can carry the weight of the world on your shoulders because you can't do it. And that's what I want to teach women. Stop it with all this. I got testosterone. I can do it all. Hell no. Because I know the pain and the endurance it takes to walk through that.
We built for that.
And I'm going to tell you something. You know what El Guapo said? You know what El Guapo told at the very beginning of the week? When he heard about it,
yes, sir.
That's exactly what he told. He said, "Don't worry about Uncle Stu. He built for this." So when I have these conversations, and God allows me to bring men up here, I'm trying to show women. They always talk about, we don't see no more good men. No, when I bring Chicagorilla in here, I'm bringing you a good man. Stop saying them damn lies, because you don't know what a man has been through to be the man he is.
Uncle, I never shot you down when you preaching good, man. But let me say this. Peace, blessings, and grace to you and your family.
Thank you.
And I pray for your strength. This is the time for us to have a conversation, but I know that the fam is gonna need more strength from you. And then for you as an elder to tell me what I've already been seeing and kind of already know that as an elder at 54, man, this is a milestone for me to feel confirmed in my manhood. It lets me know that what we doing in these YouTube streets is what we supposed to be doing. Because even as you're speaking to the young ladies who need to hear your message, I'm trying to flip what you just said to the young bloods, because they need to know too. See, at our age, we ain't got all the answers. We just know to keep
Indeed.
moving. We just know to keep moving, keep pushing, keep grinding, keep building, keep seeking his face, keep practicing the presence, keep. I fall down 7 times, I get up 8.
Mm-hmm.
But
your life is the answer, really.
Yes, sir.
Your life is the answer. Who in the what average human being can say, I come from Chicago, South Side, I done seen crime, I done seen everything, and right now I'm still living. By the grace of God, there go I could have been one of them dudes lying on the pavement, but God saved my life so I can talk to you about your life. See, I don't have time for pimping and dipping. My life is real. I didn't want to do no eulogy that month, that eulogy for him. See, the one who said, get up. I can only do a video and knock out a video in maybe 1 or 2 takes. Bro, it took me 6 takes to do that video. And I still couldn't do it without a tear in my eye. And this wasn't even my biological son. When I stepped up in his life, I never called him son. I said, hey, I'll be on like a mentor to you. I never tried to step in place of his biological dad because I'll never belittle another man. I won't do that to another man. I don't give a damn. I'm not going to belittle another man to appease a woman. No, I'm not going to do that.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
That's what I'm saying. But the reality is, enough is enough. Stop trying to undercut me as a man. Don't undercut my strength, and I'll be damned I'll let you undercut me as a man. So your manhood is built on the fact that you keep getting up. Not how much money you making, not how much finances you got. The man is the one that says, I will not play victim Olympics. I will take my beating and get on up. Why do you think we die so damn early?
Yep.
But if these women think they can do it, fine, go do it. Go get out there and do all of that stuff. But this is your show. I know the pain you endure. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. Shout out to you, sir. I know the pain that you endure when you sitting up there on the Lapeef and everybody screaming and hollering at you. I got you. I got you. When you try to tell these young brothers what's really going on, I got you. But you know what? Chicago, they don't know your story.
Nah.
They don't see Chicago that was in the hood.
Yeah.
They don't see the Chicago that made the mistakes and by the grace of God is still here. They don't see the Chicago that had to cry in the midnight hour when he couldn't cry before man because he would have felt weak. They don't see the Chicago that is going to therapy to make sure his mind is right. Be ye renewed by the renewing of your mind that you will prove what is the good and perfect will of the Father. Trust me.
Yeah. No, 1,000. You are 1,000% correct, and that's one of the reasons why I salute TLA, because he's one of the first people that I've seen in this space that opened up his platform to any and everybody, and then is also advocating for men of a certain age, like, you know, you need to have a channel. You need to have a channel. You need.
It was 2 people that told me to get a channel. One is called Tough Love, and I follow him to this day. And Tough Love gave a message, and a week later, TLA said everybody that is over 40 need to have a channel to tell your story.
And the truth of the matter is, this is the crazy thing. When I got back to Chicago, and my girl would tell you, I'm everywhere in these streets. I'm giving my time here. Who got something? What you need? Blah 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 blah. I'm over here. I'm over there. And I was trying to figure out how to get into these high schools to get at these young bloods, because what people don't understand, this is one of the things that people don't understand. These youngins will shoot stuff up 7 ways to Sunday just off an Instagram post. They're highly emotional. They're highly triggered, easily triggered. You say something about their mama. You say something about the girlfriend. I'm talking about the girl that they ain't even finna be with 5 months, let alone 5 years, maybe 5 days from now. They ain't even finna be with her. You say something about the girl, they finna shoot up the whole block. They don't care about the mama. They don't care about the grandma. They don't care about the kids that's on the block. They shooting everything up. Now I'm trying to figure out how can I get in front of them? And one of the things that I learned is that this is a space to get in front of them, to give them a different perspective. I don't try and give them the answers like I know everything. I always say I know everything about nothing. And there's a scriptural reference for that. Paul talked about it, but I know everything about nothing. And so what I really want these young bloods to do is to avoid my mistakes. And even when you see me on the network, I'm not. The funny thing is, one of the reasons why I try to hold frame it, and sometimes I lose it. Some situations just remind me of my little sister, and I'm used to just going at it with my little sister, like no holds barred, whatever, and scream and whatever. And I'm not used to being. The funny thing is, I'm really not used to being in a situation where men will tell another man, like, "Man, you in your feelings, you emotional." Because usually, what happens if we're in a barbershop?
Yeah.
If we're in a barbershop and I get to arguing, we get to arguing about the GOAT. You get animated. I get animated. You talking about Magic Johnson. I'm talking about Michael Jordan. Somebody else talking about, God bless their soul, Larry Bird, right? Another person talking about LeBron. We all shouting in the barbershop. You know what never happens? Nobody says, "Man, you in your feelings." Nobody ever says that.
Yeah.
It's just men having a passionate discourse.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we got to learn to do as men is to continue to thrive in this space. And we also got to pass that baton off to them young bloods. The Jedi Mikes, Cheeky Banner been coming up for the last couple of weeks, man. I'm so impressed with these brothers. The Jonathan Barronvilles, my God, I'm just like, okay, I'm in good hands. When I decide to retire, I'm in good hands. I know my Social Security gonna get paid.
Look. Let me tell you something. I got Jedi Mike running around. Now he been on your show. I got Jedi Mike just representing big time, and I don't think Jonathan nor Brown Eyes will beat me up for this. Jonathan called her, and they spoke for a good time, and she said, "He reminds me of my son. He's just like my son." Now, when you see him on the platform, he's a smart dude,
Smart. So
but
intelligent.
with her, he just melted like, and he got a mother and father, but he had that level of respect. So for women that don't think this man understands levels of womanhood, he does.
Well, the other thing, though, Unc, is it's all in the presentation too. It's one of the reasons why I have to be careful in how I approach young bloods when I'm out here, right?
True.
Because they know what it is, but if you come at them a particular way,
true,
they're gonna respond in kind. But then when you give them, and I love when El Guapo talks about femininity being that amplifier. He call it the feminine amplifier to a man's masculinity.
Is that the one when he was talking about the two boxers?
No. Well, he references it all the time.
Right.
And I know he's been on King Talk a couple times, and I've listened to his I listen to his videos quite a bit. I just
Right.
think he's a phenomenal thought leader on leadership, especially being a military man and a decorated
Right.
military man in terms of being in the Air Force. But my point being is that, you know, what women don't understand is femininity. Feminine nature is your greatest asset, because when you're in your feminine, it complements the man's masculine. It doesn't make you less than. So when you talk about Jonathan encountering brown eyes and being in the presence of feminine, almost nurturing, motherly, like when he's in the presence of that, oh, he's gonna fall back like a small bat. Of course,
Yeah.
he's gonna fall back
Yeah.
like a small bat and play his role. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You
And
know.
I think women don't. And here's the other thing too, because all these conversations, all these different conversations that we're having, you know, they were asking Jay-Z, you know, and I know people call him a sellout, you know, for the NFL stuff and the Colin Kaepernick, but they were asking about that, and he said something to the effect of, you know, I think it's time we move to our actionable items, and I think that's where we're coming to at this point in time. As men, we got to move to our actionable items. As women, y'all got to move to your actionable items. Ain't nobody got time to be sitting up here, continue to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, you know. Because you got some brothers that's just like, yo, man, I'm gonna go to Brazil, get me one. I'm gonna go to Colombia, get me one. I'm gonna go to DR. And I'm not saying that as a threat to the ladies, but it's like, fam, we have to focus on building our community and building our people. And I'm rooting for everybody black. I want to see all of us win. I know some
What does
people.
that look like to you, Chicago? I know what it looked like to me, and I'm going to tell you something. Love who you love. I mean, I don't care. Love
I
who
don't
you
trip on
love,
that
because
either. Yeah.
real talk, in the early '90s, this for my sisters that don't like that what you just said.
Yeah.
In the early '90s, yo, bro, black women was running the white men. That's what sparked 1995. When you asked me about the Million Man March, Spike Lee talks about that in the movie. See, so between 85 and 95, you could go look at the statistic. Black women was leaving black men and running the white men.
I can see that.
So this is not a new phenomenon. Now, were the black men going to white women? Absolutely. But I think we're in this dynamic, at least what I see on YouTube and in some of these spaces. I don't have a problem if you had issues with women and you need to be healed. I don't have a problem if you had issues with men and you need to be healed. The problem I have is, are you getting healing or are you getting justification for your bad behavior? You understand?
Yes,
See, there's another brother, and I haven't seen him in the chat yet. I like something he said. He gave a decent argument. He gave this argument. He says, black men have leveled up, but black men has also become over-policed. And now his argument on the over-policing is, you and I can't really say much on the job. We can't sneeze the wrong way. We barely can walk down the block the right way without either A, somebody saying anything. You walk past a woman and she just says, well, you said this, you might be going to jail just because you said hello. And she just didn't like you, so now you done sexually harassed her. You could be accused of something. She's never investigated, but that accusation stay with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So you're policed, you're controlled, but then when you begin to share your strength and your story, they don't want to hear it from you. We don't want to hear you. I'm gonna be honest. I was on Blind Guy, His Wife, Their Life. I shared my story about, hey, I used to be a victim of domestic violence. I had a woman in the chat who was trying to over-argue me about who was beat up the worst. I'm going, wait a minute. How is that an argument?
Yep.
And that's what I'm seeing online. Everybody trying to
Yep.
out-pain the other person. And I'm going, how about we just listen to that? I get it when certain men say, look, we've been hearing this for 10, 15, 20 years. I get it. I tell anybody, I get it. Yeah. But now my question is, if you don't want to listen to that brother and he want to go to Brazil, don't belittle them women that's in Brazil. Don't belittle them women in Europe, because I've been overseas.
Yep.
If your way been working all this time, we wouldn't have all these situations going on. So either we find out what's wrong and fix it, or we keep on doing the same thing, looking like how they say, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Insanity.
Exactly.
Expecting different results. Yep. Yeah, I think I have two different thoughts on this. The first thought is that we as men, and people get mad at me when I say this, especially in this space, we as men got to continue to lead. Period. Point blank. In the sense, we ain't got no time to be whining and crying about the women that don't want to, the women that are not fit, cooperative, submissive, and this, that, and the third.
Bro, I ain't never heard none of that neither until I came online. Well, I'm just being 100.
I think where that comes from, honestly, I think people can't parse through what KS says, what Mr. Samuels, what Brother Samuels talks about. First of all, some of what he talks about is specifically to the men that he's used to servicing and being around. I'm saying, when I say servicing, I'm saying as a not stylist, a consultant, lifestyle. What does he do?
Right.
But anyway, I'm saying in his line of work, those are the men he's used to associating with.
Right.
The average everyday blue collar dude kind of knows, like, you adjust your expectations in some way, because you're getting with a sister as a blue collar worker that may have some meat on her bones or whatever, man. Right. Or she's educated and you make a certain amount and she's gonna have to chime in and chip in and this, that, and third. Now, our ambition may always be to do exceedingly abundantly above.
Right.
That's our ambition. We don't always realize that. And I want these young bloods really to understand, like, fam, you ain't got time to waste, man. You ain't got time to be out here trying to lollygag and think you want to be a football player or think you want to be a basketball. And I'm not talking to like the Jedi Mikes and the Jonathan Barron.
Right.
There's a lot more young bloods that pay attention, that never chime in, that never came up. I'm impressed by the intelligent brothers, young bloods that came up with us and talked to us. But the young bloods that don't, and they lurking in the cut, because some of these schools I go and speak to, man, you ask them what you want to be when you grow up, and they just like, yeah, I want to play football, I want to play basketball, I want to rap. Like, that's all you have? That's all you see?
Let me ask you something. Let's go there.
Yes,
because that confuses me. And I'm always willing to say, okay, maybe I missed something growing up, or maybe I missed something in the last 10, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Blue collar work was where the money was at least when I was growing up. When I say that, meaning, I'll take my dad, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a very affluent lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
My parents were both blue collar workers. So this alleged corporate world of making money, that was never them. And I watched people that worked in corporate America who lost it, where blue collar people retired in 20 years and living a great life. So what did I miss? When did the blue collar become the curse and the white collar became the hero?
Man, think about it. To the observable eye, when the fathers were no longer in the homes and the women had to hold down the fort, and then they began to raise daughters where they told them, go to school, get your education, get this, get that, where you don't need a man. Now, these women who now see, amongst brothers, we look at each other and say, man, whether you blue collar, white collar, or whatever, if you're a solid dude and you upstanding in your neighborhood, you're upstanding in your neighborhood, period, point blank, in a sense. Well, to the women, think about what is it? Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man, or Think Like a Man, Act Like a Lady, or
Tyler
whatever.
Perry. I know you're talking about. You talking
Steve
about
Harvey, Taraji
act like a
Henson.
lady, think like a man. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about Taraji P. Henson's character. And she was this corporate chick. And then Michael Ealy was this like chef, this blue collar chef. And think about how, although she was attracted to him and wanted to be with him, and he was trying to lead, and this, that, and the third with the woo, she was steady dump on him until she missed out. Now I think part 2 is where they got back together, or maybe they didn't. But my point being is that blue collar became not the move. And I say it's 2 parts actually. Blue collar became not the move when women looked down on it, and for the era that I grew up in, because I worked all my life. I've never sold dope. Never sold dope. Never. I ain't never. Not no weed, not no crack, not no nothing, not no pills, not no X, not no lean, not no nothing, right?
Right.
But when the girls started looking at the dope boys, now it became about money and money in excess. And let me say this too, to all the it's some people that still hold on to this notion that people sell dope to provide for their families, and I call you a bold-faced lie. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because these kids most people ain't selling dope. Like, who's buying dope? Number one, and then number two, people ain't selling dope to, get their family out of poverty and this, that, and third. They selling dope to buy Jordans and look good. They trying to get a Gucci belt.
Let me ask you something. Being that you said that, let me challenge you and then tell me, was this a Chicago thing or is this a generation thing? Because I came up in the hardcore 85s. TLA let me know that crack cocaine didn't really hit certain southern cities the way it hit New York, Chicago, LA, Miami, Florida. Mm-hmm. Because you made the reference that a lot of people wouldn't let you in the gang because they saw you as a certain thing. Mm-hmm. And I experienced that myself. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It was like, nah, you on this side, you can't come. We're not gonna let you on this side. There's a lot of brothers that came out of California that has the same story. They couldn't get with the Crips, they couldn't get in the Bloods because they basically pushed them out. My question is, do you think the generation flipped where the drug game used to be about, I'm doing this hustle to feed my family, but then things flip when the money got a little bit better during the crack era versus during just your straight selling dope weed era?
Gosh, I'm looking for this book. It's called Souls for Sales, SOLES. In that book, they make the correlation between sneakers and the dope game. Specifically.
Wow, it's called Souls?
SOLES, Souls for Sale. Where is that book?
Okay.
Yeah, the brother Hassan, and I forget the other gentleman that wrote it, but my goodness, they make the correlation, because you got to remember when Jordans was popping here, there was people getting murdered for Jordans and starter jackets. People's getting murdered for Jordans and starter jackets and stabbed.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
Kareem, to a degree, I would agree with you, but to tell you the truth, Kareem, I'm not trying to be funny. Dope boys love police officers' kids because we knew the game. And believe it or not, police officer children is almost worse than pastoral kids. Because you got to understand, we didn't want to be seen as the goody two shoes. So a lot of us were trying to go to the dark side so that we can have friends. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a part of it that might be true, but then there's another side of it. But I'm just glad I didn't go down that way. But I do got a friend that did 25 years of life. Both of his parents was cops. He did 25 years, straight prison. And we're not talking state prison. We're talking felony.
It wasn't that Rikers.
Yeah, Rikers. He wasn't doing Rikers. No, sir. He did Fed time.
Yeah. And Kareem, you can't be in here dry snitching on Unc, man.
look, I can't mess with Kareem. Kareem got a crew. Kareem 25 with a 21-year-old. She got a crew, really.
Salute.
They got a whole posse. You can't mess with them.
Yeah,
I'm alone in this fight.
I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke. Then it is what it
You
is.
know.
It is what it is, Aunt.
But I'm gonna tell you, really, man, I really appreciate it. Yo, man, I want you to come back. I want us to have
Hey,
it.
let me tell you something. The fact,
Sure.
listen, let me tell some of the people in the audience too. I ain't expect to be on no YouTube, man. I same as everyone else, man. This pandemic, it done been one. That's a Chicago saying. It done
Gotcha.
been one. For everybody. And so I caught the viral clip of Kevin Samuels, like most people did,
Right.
and the algorithm directed me to Lapeef, and
Okay.
I was watching it, and I was lit. I was like, "Dang, this is interesting conversation." And this was when Tawana was still on the show, and it was Tawana B. Nix, Jr.
I remember
and
Tawana.
Anton. Solid sister. I still talk to her to this day.
Okay.
And let me tell y'all folks something, man. Conversation ruling nation, man. Always politic and network, man. Don't ever burn your bridges. Don't ever burn your bridge. You don't know who you're gonna run across where when. Okay.
Right.
So you maintain relationships. That's why I'm still cool with people. I ain't got no personal beef with no Tawana, no Court. I want Courtney to have the most success. I believe in her message and what she doing, man. I'm gonna support her 7 ways to Sunday. Wherever she go. Tawana too. I'm rooting for everybody black. But this was in February. I came across Lapeef Network, right? Started rocking with him. Then I found out, JR from Chicago, B. Nix from the crib, Tawana from the crib, Anton from Detroit. You know what I'm saying? So I really started rocking with it. So now I'm calling in and I'm calling in. And when Anton was wrong, I would speak my piece. When Tawana was wrong, which is I found more times than not, I speak my piece.
Right.
I found that I won't say wrong, but I just didn't agree with her position a lot of times. So I would speak my piece. And it got to a point where JR was like, "Hey, I want you to come on the panel." I came up one week and he was like, "Hey, do you mind coming back next week?" Came back the next week and he was like, "Hey," after 10 times of that, he was like, "Hey, do you want to join us?"
He said, "You got the job, right?"
10 times of that. He said, "Man, you got a different perspective." That's one of the things that he always tells me, but one of the things that I always tell him. And let me tell people something, man. There's scripture that talks about you rejoice with those who rejoicing, man. You celebrate people. Hey, listen, man, when I see somebody winning, it's like I won. That's why there's no smut on my name. I celebrate everybody.
Right.
Everybody. So for the people that are asking me about, am I gonna have a podcast? Is it coming? When's it coming? It'll come at some point when the time is right, man. But for you to even think that I'm worthy enough to spend this last hour with you talking about a little dirty ghetto kid from the south side of Chicago, who don't know nothing about nothing, that just really trying to teach these young bloods, hey man, do better than me. Don't make the same mistakes that I made, man. Exercise some discipline. Focus on your purpose. Don't focus on your grinding. Don't focus on the bag. The bag is like the wet with the water. If you in your purpose, that's gonna come.
Right.
You know how many times I sit back with my crew that I'm still cool with from childhood, and we be like, man, if we knew then what we know now, we'd be millionaires. Because we would took a completely different route, but we wasn't locked into our purpose.
Right.
We wasn't focused. We was focused on girls. We was focused on chasing, getting a job, and shoot. When I first got to Atlanta, hey, this is when Spelman and Clark campus was wide open. They didn't have security like that. Well, they had security on Spelman campus, but it was loose. All you had to do was really walk through with a book bag and act like you knew somebody, like you was walking with a group of girls. You walk in, I could be walking through talking to some girls from Spelman and walk through with a book bag and walk through. You understand what I'm saying? Man,
yeah, because I always thought Spelman was a little bit more secure than the way they come off.
Hey, listen, I'm from the south side of Chicago, man. I talk slick shit, man. I'm up in there. You understand me? You ain't gonna keep me away from all them. Not all of them.
Right.
But that's where our minds was, and that's why I'll be trying to tell these young bloods, man, like them girls, man, that's not where it's at, man. That's not where it's at. Get your weight up and learn how to network, man. Learn how to celebrate people. Okay, you don't agree with a man, learn how to disagree agreeably and keep it moving and still be able to maintain frame.
Let me ask you that.
Yes, sir.
Before I even think about opening up the chat.
Yes, sir.
That's been my biggest issue that I've noticed. Disagreeing is learning to disagree
agreeably
without all this other stuff. You know, and I don't want to put it on college academia. It's like, when did we get into my platform got to be all to the left or my platform got to be all to the right in order to just have the conversation, just listen?
I think I'll be honest with you. I think from just from what I see, and I know people have their opinions about the network that I'm on. I can't say one way or the other because I'm not in those conversations. I show up on Thursday and I show up on Tuesday. I'm not in those conversations like that. But on the outside looking in, just at the landscape, I won't say manosphere because it gets convoluted. And I won't say red pill because that gets convoluted. But just at the landscape overall, it's the same with the record business. It's when people see dollar signs, then certain things become like WWE or WWF. Let me keep it 1,000 for my generation. It's
right, because I'm with both. Yeah, I'm
talking about.
I'm originally from WWE.
I'm talking about
because the promoters from New York too. So
I'm talking about Iron Sheik. I'm talking about.
You going way back?
AWA, Dick the Bruiser. I'm talking about Kerry Von Erich era.
Okay.
You know
yeah.
It becomes, and the thing of it is, for me, I don't want to entertain any of that, man. I tell JR all the time, hey man, the moment I'm not adding value, take me out of that, fam. Take me out of that. I will always figure out a way to support him and what he's doing, because he is one of the brothers that I believe is genuinely trying to have the conversation. Is he perfect? No. But I told him, I said, bro, I don't think you know what you got. I don't think you know what you're building here. But he's necessary in this space. And what I am learning is that I'm necessary in this space. You necessary in this space. El Wapo, my goodness, is necessary in this space.
Yeah.
Shannon is coming in killing it. Trill, shout out to my crew from King Talk, man. Trill coming in killing with crew season, man. Like, all these spaces are necessary because now, and ladies, please don't get offended, the lens is focused back on the brothers. Because listen, if we're gonna be the leaders that we supposed to be, we got to start talking to each other, building each other up, and leading without all the jaw jacking and slacking from y'all. Sorry.
I hear you.
Y'all gotta listen right now. Y'all really do have to pipe down and just kind of listen, because even when I came into this space, I say this on the platform all the time, and this was a new world for me. I had no idea some of this stuff was going on, and then I sit back sometime and I'll be like, oh, this is what y'all was talking about. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is what's going on, right? Because in my real world, in my personal real world, it looks one way. But for some of these cats that's out here that's operating, like, I'll give you an example. The whole thing with the bonnets and the sandals and the booty shorts. I had no idea that was a real thing until I went to Miami this year. I took my boo thing to Miami for her birthday. Hey, we was flying back. I ain't gonna even tell you what it looked like when we was flying down there, but I'm gonna tell you this. When we was flying back, man, we saw some chicks in the bonnet, the booty shorts, and the furry slippers. And I told my girl, I said, watch they be headed back to Chicago. You know how you go through PSA?
Yeah.
And I said, and we saw them girls over there. We looked. I said, babe, watch they be headed back to Chicago. Sure enough, they was on the same flight with us, man. I didn't even know that was a real thing. And I called when I talked to Anton and JR while I was in Miami. I said, man, I apologize, man. I ain't know.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I did not know that was a real thing.
I was seeing online and was seeing the anger online, and it wasn't until I was seeing it online and I started having to listen to people like, attention me, and they're like, man, is this really going on? Is this really? And then when I seen clapbacks from like Monique, just as sweet as she could try to be, can y'all take the money? And the pushback, and it was like, I'm gonna wear what I want to wear. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you gotta accept me as I am. And I'm going.
Come on,
Are you
man. How come
kidding
we can't
me?
tell y'all nothing, sisters? I mean, and that's the thing that's bugging me out too. It's like, sisters could tell brothers every day, what they expect from us and what they want. But the
Right.
moment a man says, hey, well, this is my expectation of you, it's all this put. Like, what we doing, baby girl? I mean, come on. What you think it means when a brother say what you bring to the table? The first words out of your mouth should be peace. You get so much further along if you really mean it and if you really about that life. Bring a man peace. Man, we are I was listening to something earlier. Men are simple creatures, man.
Yes,
We
we are.
very, very, I don't require much. My girl will tell you, I do not require much at all. Any woman I've been with will tell you he low maintenance. And we
Yeah,
don't mind it if you high maintenance. If you are an asset to who we are, what we building, to our vision, man, we'll walk the ends of the earth for you.
exactly.
We will. I see. I meant to hit you earlier. I see you was doing your research, man. That's my Whitley Gilbert for real, for real. I saw you. That's hey. So everybody that keep asking me about like when we getting married and all this other stuff, it's coming. But we 5 years in. We
Do
5
it,
years in.
do it, do it, do it on your time
Thank you,
when
Unc.
you ready.
Thank you,
Because
Unc.
here's the reality.
Thank you, Unc.
Everybody can tell you when, but your win is when Chicago's win
Thank
is
you, Unc.
ready.
Thank
Because
you.
nobody knows what you going through. Let's keep it 100.
Yes,
A
sir.
real man that knows he's damaged
Will
don't
you
want
talk to these
to
niggas?
take in damage and damage something that's good. Sometimes you can have a good woman and you say, look, I don't want to deal with you because I'm damaged goods and I don't want to damage you. I'm not the right guy. I already know I'm not right because you're right. Some women got to recognize that they're so good that some men don't want to be with you because they don't want to destroy what's already good in you. And you got to give him that level of respect. Okay, let me stop preaching.
God, dog. Do you know one of the biggest things I told her, because she don't have kids. She's successful in her own right. She the epitome of what most men would say is a modern woman, right? She got a
Mm-hmm.
degree. She's successful. She make her own money, got her own property. You know what I'm saying? Really don't, quote unquote, need me, right? But we know we need each other. And the crazy thing is, when I came into the situation, I said, man, I ain't bringing you no drama. I'm not bringing you no quote unquote baby mama drama. That was my words to her, but I never referred to the mother of my children as
Understandable,
I
understandable.
was saying, I'm not bringing you no baby mama drama. I'm not coming into this situation with debt. I got some things I gotta get in order, right? But I knew at the time, emotionally, mentally, I was ready. It was just the other things. And I'm saying for a relationship, not necessarily marriage. And then again, coming off a 10-year marriage. And I know we didn't tap into that tonight. I'll come
No,
back whenever you say. I know we didn't tap into it. That will be the part 2. When I come back,
you got it.
I promise you I will get into it. Because the funny thing is, you're probably, I don't cam up on a lot of platforms. I can count on one hand how many platforms outside of Lapeef that I've cammed up on. But you're the first person that set me down and said, "Hey, man, tell me your story." And I appreciate
Wow.
that. I appreciate you for that. And I want to hear you preach. Oh, hey,
Look,
listen.
I
And
think the way I'm supposed to do it, if I go that direction, I gotta have a whole nother channel. But I'm gonna say this to you because I need you to really feel this one. I get it when we as men got a damn good woman and don't feel worthy to go all the way. But sometimes what we as men gotta recognize is that what she really needs is your shoulders. You take weight of the world off of her. See the degree, she went to college to get a degree to work the job she has. She didn't go to college to get a degree to learn how to be a wife. See, that's where everybody get it twisted. Your degree was not made and designed to get a husband. Your degree wasn't made and designed to get a wife. Your degree was created for you to go work a job. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not the money, it's the weight that you take off of her every single day. So when she is seeing your vision, since you're going scriptural, write the vision, make it plain, so they that read it can understand. She's understanding the real Chicago, not the Chicago other people see, not the Chicago other people want to see. She get to see the real Chicago. Remember, Adam came in this world and said, bone of my bone. He didn't say bones with an S. He didn't say flesh with an S. He said bone of my bone. In other words, when he got finished playing in the garden, so let's take it to a now situation. We men run around. We play with the lions, the tigers, the bears, oh my. But none of it is good for us. But when we find that one that is just for us, we leave all the animals alone and go to the woman, the womb of our manhood. And then we ain't got time to play with them, because she becomes our only option. She's an option when she ain't the only one. But when she shows up and shows out and shows us that she can protect us, she becomes the only option. Therefore, everybody got to get off the table. See, the Bible says when you find a wife, a lot of women aren't wives. They're knives. There's a difference between a wife and a knife. Everybody looking for Boaz, but how many of them got a Naomi? You feel me? When they ran after the woman, what is the issue of the woman of blood? She knew she couldn't compete and deal with life, but she was willing to crawl to get her healing. And because she crawled just to touch the hem of his garment, there was something about her touch that everybody else touch could not do. So when a woman who really wants Chicago touch you, there is something that comes out of you that says, out of all these women's touch, it is her touch that makes her whole. Sometimes you got to recognize who you, sometimes let other people love you the very prayers you've been begging for.
Yeah.
We as men, we hard on ourselves.
Yeah.
And we don't want to receive love because we look at all the destruction we did in our past, all of the hiccups and mix-ups and mistakes we made, and the church definitely ain't going to preach it to us. Not the way it needs to be preached.
Yeah.
Because when we come into a woman's life, they don't let us come in broken. They don't fully embrace who we are. They don't embrace our brokenness. You understand? See, that's the other thing we got to get women to understand. We're not asking you to fix us. Just embrace and love us in our brokenness as long as we're trying to heal. But if you don't want us to heal, what are we going to do? You want me to accept you as you are. Broken, heavy set, bad breath, bad hair, bad everything. But when I come and say, I'm just a little hurt. Oh, I don't want you. I don't want to deal with you. Okay, you want me to preach? I got Bolo in the chat. You ready?
Jesus Christ.
We talk about Jezebel, right? Why is it that on the last day of Jezebel's life, see, a lot of black women, they getting ready to leave my chat when I say what I'm getting ready to say. You ready? They wear fake hair, fake eyes, fake nails, got fake colored eyes, fake breasts, fake booty. a fake attitude with a fake anointing, serving a fake God, but they want a real man. I need somebody to help me with this understanding, my brother. See, we got to study who Jezebel is. Who's the real Jezebel? Just because Ahab wore the crown did not mean he had the power. Anybody that can control the king has the power. Do you understand? So you got a whole lot of people who claim they got a king in the house. No, the woman has the power. This is why Elisha needed an Elisha. Why? Because it wasn't Ahab that was the threat. That's why Elijah never ran from Ahab, but he ran from Jezebel. Why? Because she had the power. So a lot of women want the power, but they don't know how to swing the sword because it wasn't for them to swing. And when you find the woman that is for Rilla, and the woman that got Rilla's ribs, and the one that covers Rilla, it's time for you to stick your middle finger up to all them women that ever said that you wasn't going to be nothing, because the Bible said you shall be the head and not the tail. It ain't for a woman to tell you when you the head. Your woman already made you the head. Now walk in your kingship. Your woman didn't ask you to have 6 figures and a car and a house and a this. That's from them trifling women that's sitting outside that can't get a house and a car and all that other stuff. But your woman said, I see a man in you.
That's a fact.
So guess what? I don't need no 35-year-old woman. I'm good. I don't need no Hispanic woman. I'm good. Why? Because a man recognizes a real woman, a woman.
Yep.
And a woman's going to recognize her man. And guess what? They shall become what? One. He didn't say a group of one.
They begging you for the link. And I'm going to tell you this, though. Gosh, I had to get up at one point. You just got to talk about, goodness gracious, fake this, fake that, but want a real man. But sorry, let me tell you something. Me and Boo Thing was talking, and I threw a date at her. I said, let's just go to the courthouse. Let's just do it. And she said, well, come on. She said, we could have did this 4 years ago. So everything that you saying is confirmation on top of confirmation on top of confirmation. Some of my people in the chat, they already know what it is with me. So it's confirmation on top of confirmation. So we're going to get it done. And
in your time.
Definitely, yeah, no. But it ain't finna take 5 more years. You know, at the most 5 more weeks, but not 5 more. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it may be 5 more weeks, but it ain't 5 more years. And so we working that thing out right now. But man, you got to bring me back, man. I'll never shout you down when you're preaching good, man. Where's the collection plate? What y'all put in that cash app?
I'm gonna drop the link at your request and the chat's request. Dropping the link. I'm dropping the link. I love all of y'all, man.
And my baby girl in here playing around.
Yeah, man. I said, boy, if Courtney come on this stage, I'm gonna drop the mic.
Man, if Courtney come up, I'm cussing Courtney out. My girl, she loves Courtney. Courtney.
All right, see, since you didn't want to hear from me, let me give you to the man himself.
No, wait a minute. Let me say
this. I'm gonna let you know something right now, Chicago. You in the center of 2 New Yorkers, so you know we got the Chicago thing on lock.
Wait a minute. Let me say this too, because I need the audience to know this too. When you talk about these YouTube streets and real brothers. There's certain people that got my real number, and I hold them to a particular standard because I ain't a hard person to find. And Bolo is one of them cats when he ain't heard from me or I ain't squeaked or nothing. I ain't said nothing. I get that text message. I get something every morning, but I'll get that. Hey, bro, you good? So when you was talking about that, when he reached out to you and said, I know him to be that genuine brother that he'll reach out and say, hey, yo, what's popping? You good? I ain't heard from and I hit him with the, hey man, what's the word for the day? And he give me something that I need right on time to get me through my day, get my day started. So I appreciate you, Bolo. You know I love you, boy.
I love you too, man. And I got Big Unk on the set. What's up, Big Unk? How you feeling? Wow, brother, you had me dying in the car. I'm like, man, where that link at? Where that link at? You dropping it like it's a, where that link at? Listen, man.
Hey, Bolo, Pastor got a little bit of that brown in him, and he started going off, man. He started going off.
That's when you know it's gonna be a good sermon, man.
Man,
listen. That's when you know it's gonna be a good sermon, man. But on the real, that is so important. What's so important is we know women have had it for eons, decades. They've had that support system. Whether they hate each other when they're not around, they still had that support system to be able to talk to each other. Us men, we're just getting that within the last 5 years, and it's still hard. We still have that stigma of if you talk to a brother and a brother cries on your shoulder, you know what I'm saying? You a punk, you weak, you a sucker. This is why a lot of our men are dying of stress, because they have no release. Because there is no release. This is why these young bloods that Real is always talking about, these young bloods are so high strung. It's because they're living in their amygdala. They're living in that portion of the brain that's fight or flight when they should be living in their hippocampus, their frontal lobe that controls that emotion. Because of the trauma that they've never been able to talk about, because they carry that chip on their shoulder. This is why we're unable to have a conversation and converse with each other as brothers. This is why we got to keep all of our deep, dark secrets that only another man is going to understand. The scripture says that David loved his brother Jesse, surpassed the love of a woman. People don't understand what that means. That this dude, he could confide in, this dude would understand what he was going through so that they can build together and become one in brotherhood so that they can move forward, because there are just some things that women are not going to understand. Just another brother. And that's what we need to start to build. This anger thing, this rage that cats is moving in. We need to start understanding and start building and start getting through this dysfunction and start dealing with brothers and saying, yo, you're wrong. We need to create this atmosphere, this ecosystem of love, so that when you give the truth, it's not offensive, it's not egotistical, it's just me giving you truth because that's going to make you a better man. And through truth, we can grow as brothers. And through truth, we can get the family structure back together. It's not impossible. Nothing is impossible in Christ Jesus, but we have to take a stand. Stop blaming the women. We understand that they bring dysfunction. We got that. But it wasn't called sin until Adam ate of the fruit. So the onus is on us to take responsibility and head. That's what we are. We're the head, right? And I usually compare us to a virus control. When you take that virus control out of the computer, everything rushes into the computer and creates all sorts of dysfunction. What do you think the father is in the home? We're supposed to stand at the door and make sure anything that comes in, we scan it to make sure it's safe. That's our job. Let's stop blaming everybody and do our job. I land my plane.
Chicago, I tell you, I talked about Bolo, but I purposely also put this other man. Let me slide him next to you for this moment. Throughout this trying time, Attention to Millionaire has been, as a man, He's been my rock. You feel me? He's been the one that I've had to lean on. And age don't matter. You know, what I needed was the strength. You know, so when he would call, we wouldn't talk TED Talk. We wouldn't talk YouTube talk. We wouldn't talk business talk. It was, are you okay? Are you okay? You know, no one can do this platform like Uncle Stu because Uncle Stu know real. You understand? It ain't about what college I went to. It ain't about none of that stuff. Because at the end of the day, did the college degree save my marriage? Did the college degree save me from being in and out of my daughter's life? The Bible says only one thing can save me, and that's what saved me. Jesus Christ, him crucified. So if I can keep somebody like Before the Billions, and I can keep somebody like Jedi Mike from making the same freaking mistakes I made, I've done my job. I don't never want, and I've said this before and I'll say it in front of you, I don't need Before the Billions taking all my poison and Jedi Mike taking all my poison and me sitting up on platform talking about how bad women are, they ain't this, they ain't that, and they've never seen me take accountability for anything. I'm not about to poison them because of the stuff I did. Because I'm not healed, I'm just going to say every woman bad. My attitude is, if you're a content creator, can you go to your left and your right of your next door neighbors and invite them into your platform? Mm-hmm. Can you go to work and say, I'm a content creator. Well, what's your YouTube page? And give them a business card and show them your YouTube page. And you can stand up there and say, oh yeah, I respect your YouTube page. Hey, I like what you had to say. Because real talk, I got people who have been on this platform and who have seen my page behind the scenes. People knew his name is Dorian. Do you know that is my #1 video? Can you imagine this woman telling her coworkers and her bosses and her supervisors and her family, hey, go see this video. Oh, the video looked good, but the rest of my platform is talking about black women this, black women is that, black women is this, black men is this. I'm cussing and snotting and doing all of this stuff. Really? Go ahead, Intentional Millionaire. This is all you.
Hey, I just want to first give you and Chicagorilla a shout out. I really appreciate the conversation because y'all really sharing some good Jews. And I just want to come on as a man to say that there's nothing wrong with a man showing love, because too many times we make it seem like that's a bad thing. Because I know for me, you know, I seen my dad cry one time out of 81 years. And the thing about that is that can actually stunt your love. Because a woman needs to know that a man genuinely is for her. And in this whole space with what's going on right now, I think too many times we spending too much time focused on the lesser issue. And the lesser issue is somebody else. And we got to spend more time looking in the mirror and understanding our own shortcomings. Because I can stand in front of you all and share my story as by me seeing that, it caused me to, when I got in relationships, to how to work on how to show affection and love, because my dad didn't really do that. See, and one of the things is, as men, we don't like to talk about these things because we, like Bolo stated, it's shine upon and make you feel like that's being weak. But it's not being weak. It's actually make you stronger because you're more aware and in tune with yourself. And the best thing you can get aware is knowing and understanding yourself so you can fully maximize on portraying the best that you got of yourself. See, and I just want to say that's one of the things that I really like the conversation is because too many times as men, we don't want to come together and talk about our issues because they looked upon as something bad, is looked upon as, men ain't supposed to have these type conversations, but we are. Because if we the leader, we the stronghold, we got to be the example of everything that comes under our covenant. So if you have a wife, a daughter, love got to be part of it. You got to be able to display it. You got to be able to show it. You got to be able to communicate it. And if you can't, then why are we surprised today that it's not a lot of men in the household? So it's a lot of women that's broken from the standpoint of how they look at love. And then there's a lot of men that's broken because they didn't have a man there to show the example of love. So when you really look at everything is broken because the structure was broken. So we got to get back to the men taking their leadership role. And that's why I produced the channel where I know all this, this gender wars going on. But for me, I wanted to produce a channel that was geared around, regardless of what a woman does, a man need to get himself in order. He need to get his stuff in order. He need to be self-aware, because regardless of what she do, he got to still be able to stand the test of time. Because if he don't get in a relationship, the world is going to put him in a situation that he's not going to have no choice. And that means on the street. Okay. So as men, we got to go out and go do what we supposed to do, regardless of the noise, regardless of all the stuff that's going around us. Because I found that for myself, it was the hurt of a woman that elevated me to become the man that I am today. Because I never got into the rage. I took that same energy that I was hurt and crushed emotionally, and I took it to turn it into leveling myself up. And I think as men, that's something we all got to work on. Is that for everybody? No, but it's a good foundation to start. Because too many times when we do get stuck with our emotions, our energy, we sit there and we kind of fester it, and then we take it out in a negative way. So I looked at it as doing it in a positive way, but I had some role models, and I think all men need to get some type of role models in their life. And what helped me was having a brother that had 5 girls by 4 different women, and seeing some of the trauma that he went through. And I always tell any man, especially young men that I kind of work with, I always tell them you can learn what to do and what not to do by watching other people. But you need to be mindful enough to be paying attention and ask questions. There is no such thing as a dumb question. Whoever created that was dumb, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't, how can you consider something a dumb question if you never asked the question? So that's kind of all I got to. Everybody has to get back to their spiritual walk, and getting back to your spiritual walk just means that you sit down and you get your relationship strong, regardless of the church, regardless of your parents, regardless of your significant other. You got to get your own walk together, because when your walk together and your faith is strong, everything else seems to come into play. And that's all I really wanted to share today. But great conversation. I appreciate the panel, and we can just rock and roll and continue to press forward and continue to have these tight conversations. I want to thank Uncle Stu for really providing the platform for men to come together to be able to share. And let's just get this whole stigma about women out of our heads, because let's think about it. If you're spending more time on the woman and the hurt, that means that you're not spending more time on leveling yourself up anyway. So that's all I got.
Y'all talking about passing the plate towards me. I think we got a whole ministry, I gotta go in the age order. I got another young man. Hold on, let me switch it up. Now I gotta tell you, Chicago, he got these new sound systems. So if you hear him go from baritone bass to a little tenor on you,
yeah,
he ready for you now.
I already know.
Go ahead, before the billions, it's all you, sir.
Chill,
hey, what's up, everybody?
God damn, Duke sound like Darth Vader, son. Oh snap, Duke. Say Luke is not. Say Luke, I am your father.
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing tonight?
All right.
All right. So, yes, I've been listening in on the conversation, and a lot of things that you guys have been saying have been resonating with me. Also, I just wanted to show my support for Uncle Stu and Chicagorilla. Thank you guys so much. You know, when Uncle Stu tagged me in it on Instagram, I was like, okay, I gotta show up. You know, and you probably noticed I did that wardrobe change. I was like, okay, let me try and look a little bit better, a little bit more commendable, right? But overall, I agree exactly with what Intentional Millionaire was saying. It's all about making better decisions in your own life. I believe that when we were watching TLA earlier today, and I'm hearing a little bit of background noise. I don't know if it's me or not, but when we were listening to TLA, we were talking about how he's in, he has his career because people were making bad decisions, right? So it's all about, we were also talking about Nathan. His career is because people make bad decisions as well. He's there to protect people. So, overall, I think that in your own life, it's about building your own kingdom, right? So that way you can move your queen in with you instead of you trying to go in there and then, you know, get mad at, whatever situation that you're in, whatever the victim Olympics is, for you specifically. And you can't just sit up here and say, oh, I'm going to blame others or I'm going to make excuses. You have to be able to get on the ball. This is something that is going to be for the long haul. You should always be a lifelong learner, and that's something that I've learned throughout my whole life. Throughout my mentors, they would always tell me that, and it's something that I'm still working on myself regardless. Even though I'm in my career now, even though I've been making the good decisions, been saving up my money and all this other kind of stuff, but I'm still like there's a whole bunch of things that I don't know. And within my career, they've always taught me that, hey, you know what? As soon as you get started, you feel like, oh, I'm learning so much, I can probably master this specific thing. But then when you realize is that when you get in there, you say, oh, wait, I don't know how many things that I don't know. That's actually the biggest thing is because there's so much knowledge out there that you need to grasp. And I know Intentional Millionaire, he talks about he reads a lot of books. Right, so I got my bookcase and everything, building up my collection. Better have a book. I'm actually about to go buy another bookcase. Bookcase gonna be looking like an Uncle Stu. But overall, I just wanted to say that, show my support, and thank you guys so much for the conversation.
All right. One last male up here, and then you got a female to talk to. This is the one, the only Jedi Mike. I think he needs no introduction when it comes to you. He don't need no introduction. Representing the 757.
Hey, they said when he be on the platform, they be saying like Teddy Riley / Ralph / New Edition. Brilliant brother though. Brilliant brother.
Look, we had to slow him down, Chicago, because he was coming at us with 7 jobs. He was like, whoa. Slow that down, bro. Slow that
down. Thank y'all. I just want to show my support to y'all. Shout out to Before the Billions, Potential Millionaire. I will be back home this week, though. So, but yeah, for Thanksgiving and stuff. But
all right, we got you. We got you.
But also want to shout out to Bo TV. I was trying to see before you left off, show support to him. Very, very wise man. But yeah, this is exactly what you guys are talking about here. It's like, listen, you talked to one thing that Uncle Stu said was that, an alpha male is a healed male, right? Yeah, one thing that you profoundly said, and that stuck with me. I can just tell you personally, now going on my life right now, one thing that I had to want to get out of my own head about asking for help. Like, for example, I get really upset if I have to ask my parents for money. they get mad that I don't ask them because it's like I might be struggling a month where I'm living on my own and everything. But they said, no, Michael, we got you. Just ask for help. And I do believe my mother always told me, you have not because you ask not. That's the same thing goes for men. We have not gotten the fully developed as healthy males because we have not asked for help from each other, right? And I think that in these spaces, what comes to, and I'm glad that you kind of made distinction between manosphere, red pill, and all that stuff, because a lot of this stuff gets diluted. But the point about this is like us as being truly men, but more importantly, godly men, and what that comes with it. What not is not about whole simping saying that the fact that the woman is not beneath you, but like a somewhat of a part of you because she's come from the rib. That's what you was talking about. Cultivation of heart. But I also believe that the importance of us men having these spaces from multiple different generations. I was on King's
Mhm.
Talk, shout out to Lapeef and stuff, and that was very blessing just for me just to shut up and listen. Not that me to have a mic and just talk. It was me and Cheeky just sit up there. I'm just listening to the folks talking to me, right? And I don't think that we have that enough in my generation, which I feel because we're the most information age, but yet we're the most dumbest because one, we're most ignorant because of the willingness lack to receive knowledge, right? And I remember the fact that in terms of us, we have to have more provoking conversations together as men. Saying and not sugarcoating with each other. Talking about, hey, listen, this addiction, this is not you. You will come out of this. Hey, this you need to get your priorities straight in Jesus' name. This is not you. I do believe in that. The tongue has the power to bless and curse. That is James chapter 3 verses 9 and 10. That I believe that for a fact. And the thing about that is that we believe in the spaces that have these false prophets really are just wolves in sheep's clothing, right? They want to come here talking about, oh yeah, you want to get women, you got to sleep with all these the single mothers are bad while they're creating them. I don't have to say some of the content creators' names, but y'all know who it is. Some of them who
Yeah.
they are, right? And I don't stand for that, and I will not affiliate myself with them at all. We don't affiliate themselves on this platform. I will say that. I don't want to speak on behalf of young, gentlemen here, but I can just say, the mindset, we all share the same thing, and I'm sick of it. I'm saying we have to break the generational curse in our community as men. Whether especially just in the black community, with asking for help, asking, saying us in terms of prioritizing mindset, because we are the head. What comes to the head, the brain, also eyes and vision. We have to understand if that's diluted and the mind isn't right, the whole body isn't right. And that goes to other issues in terms of our community with men on a medical level, how we're not taking care of ourselves over generations. But yeah, I just want to say, show my respect to y'all, what you guys been doing. I'll continue to support. And on my end, the young person that I had to also listen to what TLA was talking about. Just also that I want to do too much too fast, right? Knowing that the patient spirit is better than the proud spirit, right? I didn't know my place. I'm 23 years old. I'm not. I want to say, I'm 20. I have to keep saying that. I'm 23. I'm 23. I'm 23. I have to keep saying that, knowing that I appreciate some of you guys' kind of words and saying that I'm wise, but to me, I'm still an infant listening to looking up to y'all. I don't know nothing like when I'm listening to y'all, and I'm just saying that I know I have a long ways to go and also know my place and know that I have enough humility to listen to you and listen to talk about the, being increasing in self-awareness as men. We need to break that. And but I just want to show my support to y'all and everything, and we can continue on with the conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this to you, Jedi Mike. Where you hear me speak into your life, it is because I wish I was there at 23. When I speak into before the billions, it is because I wish I was there at 26. So my protection of you two is that you don't be corrupted by the time you get to intentional millionaires age. Because if I would have been on my financial purpose, I would have been intentional millionaire and just sitting with $1 million portfolio. But because I wasn't after my purpose, and when I got married, I still wasn't on my purpose, I wound up here. So if I can prevent either one of you two from making that mistake, then instead of waiting till you're 40 to have that $1 million portfolio, maybe you'll have it by 30 and know how to manage it, know how to do it, so that whether you got a good woman or a bad woman, you know that you can make it regardless of the situation. I'm always going to wish y'all have a good woman. What is the good woman? When you doing what you're supposed to do and you know what you're doing and she see what you're doing and she can see, oh, this brother going places, then she's willing to make the sacrifice. I like something Intentional Millionaire said. You know, he says, he asked a woman, what do you bring to the table? Well, the only thing you bring to the table was what's in between your legs. That come a dime a dozen. But when you're on your purpose, you understand, hey, I need a woman that if I'm doing tech work, maybe I need a woman that know how to do that secretarial work. Because if she can take the secretarial work off of me, it allows me to work more in the things that I am truly gifted in. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe when Before the Billions is sitting there working 12 and 13, 14 hours, he's just grinding. He might need that woman to say, listen, baby, I know what you're trying to do. I love you, but I need you to come to bed tonight. Not because of what's in between my legs, but because I'm worried about your health, because what good is it if you die of a heart attack trying to work all these freaking hours, ain't getting no sleep, and you done did all this labor work, and guess what? Can't even enjoy the labor that you're doing because you're chasing after the money instead of enjoying the ride as you doing the chasing. What good is it to gain the whole world and lose your very soul trying to get it?
You know, Uncle
You know how many at Chicago, and I'm quite sure Intentional Millionaire can tell y'all how many men work good factory jobs, making big dollars at these factory jobs, and the moment they retire, 6 months later, they dead.
Dead.
Yep.
Dead. Sir.
So when you say that, it's so funny because that's exactly what's going on. And I will say this is that this is like my first vacation I've ever taken this year. I've been working. I have a habit of just completely just working straight, no time off or anything.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I actually took like a half a day off because I had an allergic reaction and almost passed due to anaphylactic shock. But this is the first time I actually had taken some time off for myself, and I'm like, you know what is it like to not work? And then even when I'm not working on my job, I'm over here, working on my business, on my side business, and I guess it's just the life of like a workaholic, and I do see what you mean about taking care of your health. So most definitely.
But
Well, I'll take it a different way. I won't say the life of a workaholic. What I will say is sometimes we can make our business or the job or the career an addiction. The adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
And why? Because sometimes we're escaping from unknown pain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a YouTube. When I say YouTube junkie, I'm out here. I'm doing it. I'm putting in the work. You understand what I'm saying? I'm up with you at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm out there. But guess what? In all thy getting, get understanding. So I had to learn to do what? Listen to wise wisdom and say, hey, it's all right not to be on YouTube for 18 hours. It ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right not to get up at 4:30 in the morning and go view analytics because you can't change it any doggone way. Do you understand what I'm saying? But it's okay for you to get up at 4:30 in the morning, go take a shower, and go walk for 30 minutes.
Practice the presence.
Yes. I also want to emphasize. First of all, I want to shout to Karine. Like she said, had more jobs than the Jamaican.
Tell Kareem what your nationality is. See, you gotta watch Kareem. Tell Kareem what your nationality really is.
Yeah, now I will say that my family, my dad's from Louisville, Kentucky, and my mother was born in Meridian, Mississippi. So we got some hood and country, but natively where we foster from were Nigerians. But yes, so so yeah, that's
See, you gotta watch Kareem. See, she international woman down there. You know, so she be recognizing. I'm gonna also say that Vaughn, I got somebody that can work the chat. Vaughn, you know that your wisdom is definitely needed on this platform. I don't know if you know who that is, Chicagorilla.
good dude, great dude.
No, I see Vaughn in these streets all the time.
Right.
I'm up
I
through
don't know
that.
why
Y'all
he not up there because you know he got Mr. Link's got just as much gray hair as I do. Mr. Vaughn, you know, he be coming with that with them smooth baritone bass voices and got women throwing their t-shirts and all kinds of stuff up in the chat. You gotta watch Vaughn. Vaughn one of them slick brothers, you know what I'm saying? You gotta watch him now. He's smooth. He's one of them brothers that took your woman and then looked at you in the face talking about, hey bro, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? You gotta watch Vaughn now. He got some slick stuff in him now. Come on up here, Mr. Vaughn. Hang out with me for a minute.
That's the man.
And drop some of that wisdom.
Hey, listen, let me say something to the young bloods real quick too, man. You know, you guys are you guys are set apart specifically for this time. And the elders that y'all are able and the wisdom that y'all are able to surround yourself with now. I mean, you talk 23, 26. I'm like, God, dog, stop doing that 23, 26 other than being an oofy goofy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I was in the church. I was in the church. I was a church junkie. Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, and then men's fellowship once a month. But the balance and the wisdom that you guys have at y'all's young age, how intentional y'all are, and man, just the energy that y'all bring and the willingness to listen and learn. I told you, Mike, I can't wait to hear what you do. I can't wait to hear you at 30, you know, but I also can't wait to hear you in the next 30 days. Uncle Stu talked about the covering, the anointing, the burden removing, yoke destroying power of God. And the way that is covering you guys and the mission. I mean, we see the world as it is. And I say all the time, like, my legs is gone, fam. You know, I'm trying to get a 3-mile run in now. You dig? Trying to do a 10K, whatever. But you guys are the ones with the energy and the legs to see this thing through. Y'all, like, we are what you're seeing officially. And I know me and Links have talked about this from time to time. Uncle Stu, you know, in our generation, we didn't have that generation before us pass us the baton.
Not the way we got it now. Yeah.
Correct. And what you're seeing is old heads reaching back and saying, young blood, this on you. So when Uncle Stu say, hey, man, I don't want you making the same mistakes, it's not that I think you're going to make those same mistakes. I'm giving you the knowledge, the wisdom, the insight to learn. So don't be the one that think. See, everybody, you know what's crazy, everybody always seem to think they the one with the magic plan that they could get it done and it ain't going to be them. See, Alpo thought it wasn't going to be him. Alpo thought he could actually do all that dirt, come back to the hood. It wasn't going to be him.
Right.
And I'm not speaking ill of the dead, but as good as people are bragging on young Dolph, I don't know the deeds. I know of, but I don't know all of the deeds that man did. So you come back to a space and you think it's not going to be you.
Well, we don't believe the philosophy, no matter the religion. You
Correct.
reap what you sow. Karma.
Correct. That's universal.
All of
law.
this is universal.
That's universal law.
Okay. The only way it stops is because of universal's grace.
Yep.
You understand? What did Paul say? He says, we live under grace and not under the law. But then he makes it very clear. It doesn't mean to keep breaking the law that you under grace. Because we make foolishness of the law. So I can't say, well, let me slap Chicagorilla. Okay, the Bible says forgive me. Okay, let me slap you. The Bible says forgive me. Let me slap. And then when I get slapped, oh, well, you were supposed to forgive. No, it didn't tell me to keep slapping you. And that's what we keep doing. Okay, I made this mistake. God gave me grace to live this shot. Okay, I killed 2 more people. God gave me grace to not go to jail. Okay, I'm going to keep playing with grace. Sooner or later, guess what? God going to take grace from you. Then your time is over. Now, when you stand before him, can't blame the white man. Can't blame the system. He don't want to hear nothing about you didn't get reparations last night. He going to ask you, when I sent you the boat, why didn't you get in the boat? When the water was still rising, I sent you I gave you a ladder. You didn't get on the ladder. When you got on the roof, I sent you a plane and you didn't get on the plane. So now I had to take your life. I done gave you all the grace that I can give you.
Y'all
I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know.
No. I just
help me out, Mr. Links. I got Miss B Finesse up here. Do I let you know? I don't know. Mr. Links, you got gray hair like me. Did we get it wrong somewhere? Did I say it wrong? Bro, I'm willing to sit down and shut up. I'll go in the chat and listen to you.
Look, wait. Let me big up on herself. DJ, he took the DJ off his name, but this is the secret's out now because he'd have been on Suzette platform. But this is one of my guys that I've known for decades. And when certain people think I'm not getting those phone calls or ain't nobody checking me or ain't nobody calling me out on my sugar honey iced tea, this is one brother I could depend on that will call me and say, hey man, this brother called me at one of my lowest points and said, hey man, we need to schedule time to check in. Make sure we having our conversation. And he's always pouring into me, and then I'll say something to him. And so he says it's reciprocal, but I feel like I owe him a cash out too. So my man Link, I just shout out to Miss TJ, but I can't be on these type of platforms and he show up and I not give him his just due and respect. This guy is my guy. This is one of my guys. Salute to you, Saya.
Big respect. Thank you, sir, for showing up on this platform. I appreciate you. And y'all all know we all got to shout it out for the one and only Mosaic with TJ Randolph. I think she done birthed all of us, and me and her the same age. She got a whole family around this camp. You know what I'm saying? Much love. Much love. All right. This B Finesse, what you got to say?
Oh, I'm just sitting here soaking in the wisdom from the men and the gentlemen. So greetings to all the men on the panel. Salute to you guys.
All right.
Started.
Well, Mr. Link, now I'm supposed to call you DJ Link because he said there's a D and a J in front of your name. So he done called you out. The brothers done heard the DJ. So I gotta know, what city are we scratching on now? Who you representing?
I'm in the Carolinas now. That's a former life, man. That's how.
I'm sorry.
That's how Rilla and
I lived in North Carolina 17 years. I'm sorry.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it, man. But I just wanted to just say to you, Unc, I appreciate this. This is sorely needed. This, your the wisdom. You're 54. I'm 51, and I consider our generation the bridge generation, in that we are not too far ahead of those behind us. We still have those in front of us, and there's just an uncanny. I don't even. It's uncanny. But there is a wisdom that I believe God has deposited in our generation, that those that have an ear to hear if they have that, if they have an open ear to hear, we are here to share that information. Real and I have a conversation, and there's a term that I've coined. I call it mentoring. Not, we say mentor. I say mentor. mentor. We're men. We need to mentor this younger generation, and in the sense of we're a little bit farther ahead, so we're able to see over the vista and then look back and reach, not even just look back, but reach back and extend our hand, to the ones behind us, and then share that information and share what we have gone through. Because most of the wisdom that we have experienced and have garnered and gathered in our lives is unfortunately it's been painful experiences, but it's those painful experiences that have caused us to grow. And it's just that's not unfortunate, but as I said on Suzette's platform, pain is common to life. It's your response to pain that determines your success or failure. And in that, I say pain has the ability to do two things. Pain will either perfect you or pain will pervert you. Again, it's your response to that pain. And as I said, in our generation, and many of us, and as you as yourself, and I hear the wisdom. I hear the wisdom that you're sharing. It's we have allowed ourselves to be perfected by the pain. We've allowed ourselves to be purged by the pain. And out of that, we're able to now give something pure back to those, again, that have an ear to hear what we have to say. So I just want to say I appreciate you. I just subscribed to your channel.
Thank you.
I'm listening. I'm hearing the wisdom, and it's sorely needed. I am so looking forward to what these young brothers behind us are going to do. I'm so looking forward to. I got a 21-year-old myself, and I'm so looking forward to it. I'm energized by their energy, and so I'm really looking forward to it. We're in some unique times, and God has set up some unique young people. He has set up some. We've all heard it, and it's I call it Christianese. He said you set the best for last, and I think we're part of that that generation that we're getting ready to see some stuff. I'm not trying. I don't want to sound too spiritual, but we are on the precipice of seeing some stuff. This pandemic has done a number to us. It is. I think it's probably brought us back into focus, and if we heed what has happened, we have an opportunity to propel ourselves in a way that we have never seen before. We have a great opportunity before us. So again, I appreciate it. Keep spitting the wisdom. Keep sharing the wisdom freely, as freely as you received it, freely give it. And I said, I'm looking forward to these young brothers. The stuff that you were just saying about work and the balance of work and being able to make sure you have that we've heard of the work-life balance. But yeah, you can. I'm in corporate America 30 years, so I can tell you about the imbalance of making work your mistress, and how that can affect your family. I can tell you about living out of balance and how living out of balance affects your family. So these are the things that these young brothers need to hear, and if they take heed to it, sky's the limit.
Well, I will say this. First of all, I thank you for coming up on the platform and sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. I also say that this is an open space. And what I mean by that is whatever the Spirit leads you to say, you say. If you come from the Bible, then you speak what Jesus tells you to speak. If you come from the Torah, then you speak what Moses told you to speak. If you want to come from the Sunnah of the Quran, then you speak what Muhammad told you to speak. If you just a spiritual man and this is the way you made it, then you speak, because I can speak and flow any way you want to go if it helped you. I'm trying to think of the name of the movie, but I remember in the movie he was talking to one of the young men and he says, your friend is a Muslim. He says, now, I don't believe in Allah and all that other stuff, but if the Quran and you being a Muslim makes you a better man, then I'm all for it. You remember the movie?
Wait,
Chicago?
wasn't that wasn't that Minister Society? He was talking to
That's it, Minister Society. Yep, that's where it came from, man. Because it was what's his name? That the dude that played The Rock.
Yeah, I know you're talking about Charles S. Dutton. Yep.
Right, Charles S. Dutton.
Yes. Yeah.
Had made that statement. Now, just to give you a little background, I was a Muslim before converting over to Christianity. So I can go both ways. I know what the 5% Nation of Islam is about.
Me too.
Peace to the gods, peace to the gods.
It's like any way you want to go, I can go, because I'm here just to pass off the knowledge and the wisdom. You understand? So I'm not here to teach law. I'm here to teach the spirit of the law. The things that I am trying to get men to do is, I'm sorry, a woman can't raise us. Oh yeah, I'm going to go in. Because Bible says every man that turned 2 had to be given over to another man. Samuel had to be given over to Eli. I'm not saying that a mother can't do a good job, but it's time to take our rightful place and say, listen, stop. He belongs to us now.
I'm gonna take it one further. As you're speaking of the order of God, it's the order of God. You said, it's into another man, but the actual order of God was always Father to Son, Father to Son, Father to Son.
That's right.
And this is where I think, again, our generation, there's something there. Many of us, yes, some of us grew up in single parent households. Some of us grew up in households where there was the father was present, but he was still absentee. And there's something there that is in us that desires to connect. And that is, to me, that is the missing piece, the father-son connection. We have to be, as Rilla said, a lot of times these young men, they're raised with, I'll just say it, they don't have.
Speak your truth.
They don't have.
Don't worry about the chat. Speak your truth, because see, that's the problem. We as men, we're tap dancing, we're skipping, we're trying to appease, and that's why we're failing. Speak your truth, whether they like it or not, because here's the reality. There's too many damn men going to prison. If the women did it right, they wouldn't be reading on a 3rd grade reading level. So I don't want to hear that complaint. If the women was doing it right, we wouldn't have half of us going to prison. If the women was doing it right, we wouldn't have gunshots and all this other bull crap going on in Chicago. So evidently, the way it's being done ain't right. So speak whatever truth, because at the end of the day, we got to get to the point where we're sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Well, I'm just gonna say it then. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm not even pointing at the women. I'm gonna solely put the responsibility on us. As God put the responsibility on Adam, I'm gonna put the responsibility back on us as men. And
amen.
As far as a manhood, the qualifying factor for manhood is the acceptance of responsibility. And that is where we have failed. We have abdicated our responsibilities. I know that there's societal stuff that happens, but again, we have choice. We make decisions to cut off other options. and many times we don't cut off those options. So I'm not going to go point my fingers at women.
Right, right, right.
I'm going to solely hold us responsible as men. I'm
Exactly.
I'm in these YouTube streets, and I hear all this the stuff that we've been saying about women. Bump that. All right, what you going to do, brothers? Step up. Step up. You want women to treat you a certain way, then you need to be in that frame. You need to be in that frame of being the provider, the protector, the prophet, the priest, the king. Step up into that space. When you step up into that space, everything around you in your orbit will change, and it will be affected by that. But until we do that, that's what's going on. Those are the issues that we're having with these young brothers. But again, part of the responsibilities we have to take is even those that are not ours, we have not birthed out of our own loins. We need to have that responsibility to reach back. A lot of times, and here's the issue: is we try to give advice to those we don't have relationship with. And when we do that, when we give that advice to those we don't have relationship with, they receive it as judgment. So you cannot do that. You have to get into relationship with those that are not birth of your own loins. And when you do that, and you have that relationship, then the ear is open. Then the ear is open, then the heart is ready to receive. And then that's when you start to see the change happen. But again, we got to step up and do what we need to do.
Can I tap into that?
Hold that thought. May I use permission to use your word of mentor? Is that yours?
Mentor, yeah, good.
Okay.
Mentor.
I just want to make sure because when I start doing things, I don't like taking somebody else's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, putting it on my platform as it's my voice when it's coming from a different source.
We good, man. Truth can't be held to one.
Amen. Go ahead. You was going to say something, Ms. B Finesse?
Yes, I wanted to tap in on what Links was saying. And just me using my background and profession as an educator over 10 years, I wanted to concur and add on so you guys can see that side of what you're speaking to, Links. I work with young adults and teenagers, and that is the biggest thing that they are saying, especially the male students. In particular, they're saying that they feel like, I know from just working with them, they want to see people that look like you guys. They want to see them. They don't have that around them. They don't have good examples of what men that look like you can put to the table. Somebody they can aspire to, especially when you're reading books and you're learning different histories of people that don't even look like you. Why would I care when I get to school, and why would I want to even stay there to complete it when I don't see a reflection of me? So I can speak on that. I know my boys want to see a reflection. They want to see men like you. And so the fact that you said that part you just said about, like a community and you just kind of each one teach one, grab a brother that you see that really needs it is imperative, because they are there. They are there with these hardcore shells. They are there looking like the deviants, and they are there looking like the quote unquote bad kids. I don't call them that because I know they all have purpose and promise. And so when I see it, all I see is they just need a mentor. And me as a woman, I can do so much. I mean, I do a lot. If you go back and ask my students, I give them that drive. But when it's a male child, they need that male energy. So I would implore that the men, when you see other males, that you scoop them up. And you're right. You have to create a rapport, though. You can't just jump in and say, pull your pants up, stop talking like that, get off the street. They're going to come with that energy of that emotion to you. But really and truly, if you hone that, it's going to become something that's powerful. And I know that because I see these kids want it. They want male figures. I don't care how emotional they act. They want you guys. And I think there's a barrier that you got to stick it in the ground and go through some things first and then see that light at the end of the tunnel. And I think a lot of people don't want to do that. They see these young adults, these young teenagers and young adults, they see them as what's on the outside, and they don't really want to put in the work to go through to break that mold. And it's just going to have to be a barrier that the older generation wants to break. Otherwise, it's going to be a catastrophe. And that's just me speaking from talking to these teenagers and young adults day in, day out. Them being, just so you get an understanding of who I work with the bottom 25%. So these are the kids that usually are juvenile delinquents. They're getting suspended. They're getting expelled. These are the kids that stay in trouble at school, and none of the teachers can deal with and stand. But with administrators and other counselors, they know when they come to my class, the students know they have a rapport with me. So they send the bad kids in my class. And when they come to my class, I don't have any problems with them. I put them to work, let them sit down, do something, and keep them, functional and working. So once again, I just wanted to add that because me and Uncle Stu talked about this before on my platform. We've done it on his, and I definitely want to, speaking for the unspeakables, these teenagers and young adults, that they want you guys. They really do. They want you and they need you. And I just want to implore that you guys don't give up on them and don't put that shield up and think just because they're bucking against you that they won't break. Because they will, and they want you guys, and that's what I wanted to add to it. As far as the feminine, maybe the woman's perspective from what you gentlemen are saying, as you can see, I'm sitting back, listening to the men speak, and I really appreciate me as a married woman. I appreciate the candor, and I appreciate just listening to you, the different generations, because I feel like listening to the men speak, especially if you have an ear to hear. The wisdom, it'll just soak in. I was reading the chat and somebody was like, Mrs. B. Finesse is up there just soaking up the wisdom. Yeah, I can be quiet and listen. I'm taking it in. And I just, like I said, salute to you guys. Brown Eyes, I just want to say, you still in my prayers. You are too. And shout out to Chicagorilla. ¿Cómo está?
Hola, mami. Hola.
¿Cómo está?
Dígame.
See, okay. So once again, that I just wanted to add that, gentlemen, that perspective, as an educator, that side of maybe you can't get to, or you can hear those unheard voices, and I just wanted to add that to the stage, and I will go back and to the chat and moderate. That's what I want to add, Unc.
All right, appreciate you.
Me and Miss B Finesse, we be talking Spanish in the chat. So
hey, listen.
I'm working on mine so I can go to Tulum. Trying to get to Tulum.
Ay, los míos. Mucho gusto. All right, gentlemen. You guys have a blessed day.
All right, you too. I'm looking for now. This is where I start really pulling. I'm looking for my Miss TJ Randolph come in. I'm looking for my big bad bull to show up in the house. I got wealth engineering in the house. I know Kareem gonna show up on the last tail end because she got a crew, Chicago. Trying to tell you now. Don't let Kareem. There it is. I knew it. See, I got we ain't signing itch. I got the man. This is the brother right here. This brother right here. When you got tax problems, you got to give him a call.
Saw that.
You got to give him a call.
Did you use to MC the? Did you use to MC the parties? You had to MC the parties. You had to. You had to be up there talking about some 2 years ago. A friend of mine. It had to be you, man. You had to be up there with Big Bang Hank and them.
Yeah, you going back to my town now, Mr. Vaughn. Talk to me, Mr. Vaughn.
Greetings to everybody on the panel. Man, let me tell you, it does my heart good. I don't know. Can you hear me at all?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, great. It just does my heart good. Anytime the brethren get together and have such a spirit-filled conversation about things that we can point to for the future and how we can be of some type of help to the youth. And when I think of young people like Before the Billions and Jedi Mike 7, and they're doing such a great job, And like you said, Uncle Stu, I wish I had been where they were at that age, but my whole mind was caught up on a whole bunch of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But just the lack of mentorship, that that just doesn't settle well with me. I know we have our own kids and we have our own situation going on, but these young people are in need of good mentorship. And anytime older gentlemen like myself and Uncle Stu and Chicagorilla, I got to give a shout out to Chicagorilla because, I watched the Lapeef show and you are oftentimes, you're oftentimes the bridge that pulls everybody in the conversation. But back to the mentorship part though, that's just all in my heart. We need to spend more time sharing our stories with these young men. Like I've been through a lot. I've been through, being violated when I was younger. I've been through a drug addiction when I got a little older. And so a lot of times, if we hold on to these issues that we have overcome, and not share it with the younger people, it doesn't. It just sits and it doesn't do anything. So I appreciate you, Uncle Stu, for the panel that you created or the platform that you're creating. And I'm just looking forward to hearing more. I need more of this because there's so much negativity on YouTube, and the men are fighting the women and the women are fighting the men, and we're not coming to any kind of solution. Can we all just sit down at the table and discuss and talk? If everybody's raising their voice, we're not going to get anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
sir.
I appreciate this conversation tonight, and I'm looking forward to even hearing more. Thank you for having me on the panel.
Well, Mr. Vaughn, you said something, and it's so funny that people would pray for something, and when they get it, they don't even recognize that it's right there in their face. So let me give you the answer. You said it's sad that we don't have nobody to do mentoring, but it's being done right now. I just got finished saying you're a mentor. Intentional Millionaire is a mentor.
Yeah, I agree.
Before the Billions is a mentor. DJ Link is a mentor. TJ Randolph is a mentor.
Exactly.
My brother right here, We Ain't Signing Itch, is a mentor. The mentors is here. Yeah. All we have to do is undergird them. Do you understand? So, like my team, Mr. Vaughn, when you drop your email, you're next on this platform.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? I need your email in my private chat because my team is going to go ahead and reach out to you. Yeah. You are the mentor to even me and DJ Link.
Yeah. It's just
DJ Link don't realize you close to 60 years old, sir.
Yes, I am. I'm like.
So guess what, sir? DJ Link just got finished saying that our age is one link missing. But guess what, Mr. Vaughn? You believe in Jesus. You've been preaching the word. You done been through your trials, your tribulations, your struggle.
Yeah.
So you need to teach us in our 50s so we can make it to the 60s. We'll take on Intentional Millionaire who's in his 40s. We'll talk to him so that he can reach down and talk to the 30-somethings and allow the 30-somethings to talk to the 20-somethings. And guess what? We're doing it. As long as people know there is a platform. Yeah. Do you understand? It was such a humble honor to hear We Ain't Signing It say, you know what? Because Uncle Stu, I'm going to go ahead and start a YouTube platform. That brother got so much wealth of knowledge. It's pathetic. The fact that JB Jonathan Barron will come on big platforms and little platforms to share his knowledge. That's free. That's free. You're getting the game free. If people don't want it, you got to remember, Jesus only spoke to a minority of people. He only spoke to 12 people throughout his whole ministry for 4 years. But guess what happened after 4 years? The 12 went to 11 and the 11 went back to 12. The 12 spoke to 3,000 and guess what? It turned over the world. So if we can get 12 strong brothers to be leaders for a good 4 years, we can find our 3,000 and do what? Turn this ship around. I don't believe in this ally stuff. I talk about, and I always talk about women looking for their Boaz, but they never find their Naomi. I'm going to tell y'all why I keep echoing that theme. Because I've been saying this about JT Randolph for the longest. She's still waiting on me to drop. Somebody else is beating me up about that too. I just wanted you to know, your sister been yelling at me about why I ain't made that content yet. So, I got somebody that got your back, girl. But that's the content. These women never met a TJ Randolph. They still out here trying to do it like Lizzo. Instead of learning from a woman that done been there, done that, she show it to you every time. She got the ring. She got the ring. See, she got the ring.
And she giddy like a little girl too. Look at her.
She got the ring and the picture.
Yeah.
But you sitting up here listening to Cynthia G and them. Cynthia G ain't got no ring. She got it. So take your pick which one you want.
Well, I would just like to say one more thing and just add something that Brother Link said. And when he was talking about the men taking accountability,
yes.
This is a very strong issue for me because we do a lot of this projecting of our flaws onto these women. And I think we need to step up to the plate and acknowledge where our errors are, what we need to correct, how we need to step up. And, I hear a lot of talk in the manosphere and all of these different things going on. I really don't subscribe to a lot of it because I wasn't really raised under the code of the manosphere. I was basically raised as a Christian under biblical teachings. But at the same time, we need to take accountability and step up to the plate and be responsible men, not just men who are projecting their thoughts on the females. And I see a lot of this. It's just like, okay, well, if she's that way, why is she that way? Is it because of some type of way you were, how you treated her? So I'm trying to just figure, I get a little confused in the manosphere, so I have to pull away from that a little bit. I do agree with a lot of the concepts, but at the same time, it's a lot of confusion up in there too. But my point is, I think that we should, as men, take accountability, be responsible, and that should be our place. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you for having me up here, Uncle Stu. I know I just go on and on and on, but thank you so much. And I appreciate being on the panel.
Yes, and make sure you put your email in the chat. Make sure your email's in the chat because you're going to get an email tomorrow.
Hey, Uncle Stu.
And if anybody know, before the billions and intention millionaire will tell you, if I tell you get an email, it might show up before 12 o'clock tonight.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Stu, so I got a question for the panel. I want to ask you guys, do you think that anybody should pay for mentorship?
Wow, pay for mentorship.
Yes.
I would say it depends.
Yeah.
I would say it depends.
I guess DJ Link, I better make that one of the topics because
See, when
I know to hear
when
that
people
one.
think
Go
about
ahead.
pay, when people think about pay, they always think about money. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about you should pay, meaning you should have some effort into somebody want to put time into you. So you should bring something to the table to allow them to want to put time into you. And the key thing and most important thing is having an open mind and want to listen. Because why should somebody take their time to do that for somebody that's not open-minded, don't want to listen?
Exactly.
So I say yes, because people think sometimes when you get mentors, it's definitely in certain spaces, their time is so limited, especially if they good people, because they're always trying to do good by other people. So their time becomes even shorter. So if their time becomes shorter, you got to have some level of payment, not necessarily being money, but you got to give back or give in so they can give out, if that make any sense. Meaning you got to be willing to put some up front that's going to allow them to want to spend their time, put their time into you. Because when you get good and when people get good, your times become very limited. It's a commodity at that point. And because it's a commodity, then yes, it is a price, but the price doesn't necessarily mean monetarily.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
I want to piggyback on that because as Intentional Millionaire just said that I think probably one of the biggest modicums of exchange in mentorship is humility. If I don't come into that space, if I don't come in with humility, and I'm coming in prideful, the process, the true process of mentorship, it's you watch, I do, we do together, then I watch and you do, and we have to be able to we have to if somebody really wants that information, I'll take it to the into the music realm and DJing. Back in the day, if you wanted to learn how to DJ, what did you do? You carried crates. You carried those that DJ's crates, all his records. You were the one who carried those crates. You went to the parties. You set up the equipment. You did all that stuff, and you watched. And you had to do that for a period of time. And some of the times they're gonna let you do it for a long time because they're gonna see, do you really want this? Do you really want this knowledge and this information? And then after that testing period, then you get a chance to actually learn. And then after you have that period of learning, then they'll watch and okay, what I planted in you now I see, is now it's not just that you can do it. I can see that now you are going to be able to teach somebody else. And that's what has to happen. So yes, there should, as far as Intentional Millionaire said, no, I'm not necessarily talking about money. I don't agree with having to pay for money, but there has to be some sweat equity that you have to be willing to put up and put in if you want to get that information. And part of that is the biggest part is humility. If you don't do that, nah, you're not worthy. You're not worthy of the knowledge and the information.
Yeah, can I
TJ,
hop in there?
hold on. TJ, let me hear from you. Hold on, can't hear you.
I think she's muted.
I'm not going to be long because this is clearly a man show, and I am here for it. And I'm loving all
we
of
love
it.
you. We love you.
Who's that red bone? Who's that red bone right there?
So I wrote down my notes. I'm 54, so I got to write my notes so I'll forget. Far as relationships, Vaughn, that's my brother's name. One of the challenges is we bring all of our scars, men and women, to our relationships until we resolve them. I just did the interview with my girl Jeannie, and 69, and she talked about the scars she had growing up. She took them into the relationships, and the marriages dissolved, and the part she played in it because she didn't think she was worthy of it. So we, men and women, we bring the scars because we haven't healed yet.
Yes.
And if I hadn't done the work, and I talked about that all the time, if I didn't get a revelation, I would have let Mr. Randolph either walk by me, or I would have ran him off because I was that broken. So we have to do some fixing. And the older we are, the more fixing we got to do to make up for the stuff in the back. But there's hope. I'm proof that there's hope. And also, my girl Jeannie just dropped that she got engaged at 69 after being married, single for 20 years. So it's possible. All right, back to the mentoring. You're absolutely right. Intentional Millionaire. I've had many a mentor, and most of them. I don't subscribe to this idea because, I was just retired from the federal government. They want to pair you with a mentor. To me, that doesn't really work. I think it has to be more organic because you don't, like any type of relationship, anything is forced is really not going to work. But I will say, to the point about the humility links, you're absolutely right. And no shade to the millennials and zennials. Your auntie is coming to you with love. But y'all want it quick, fast, and in a hurry, and things just don't do that. When I knew, or thought I knew, I wanted to be an attorney, I went downtown Oklahoma City and went from law office to ask if I can volunteer to file papers. Just to file papers. I just wanted to be in the environment. Volunteer after school, my free time. They weren't, we're not hiring. I'll do it for free. Because I wanted to be in the midst. I had an opportunity. I went to the the public defender's office. I said, can I volunteer? I was volunteering. They're like, let this kid go away, go do something. But lo and behold, their receptionist got ready to go to college and they needed somebody to fill her position. There I was. So again, and I think that's what you're talking about. Either Link said it or Stu, I can't remember. Our generation has to bridge that gap because, we had to do the sweat equity and we knew it wasn't going to come quick. And again, me being in the military, I was enlisted. So enlisted, you was going to take out the trash. You was going to do the police calls, which is mean picking up cigarette butts. You was going to be doing the baseboards with toothbrushes. You was going to be doing all that kind of stuff. So when you got to the promotion, you earned it because you were doing that stuff. So that's absolutely right. And we can get that back. And again, to your point, Intentional Millionaire, if someone that you have volunteered your time, which is a resource, is not appreciative and willing to invest in what you are investing in, then we need to move around because it ain't for the faint of heart. It ain't for everybody. And that's all I got, gentlemen. Y'all go ahead and take it away.
Can I just add one thing to what TJ just stated?
Sure.
One thing that she stated, which is key, when she talked about bridge the gap between the millenniums, the middle age, and then our senior, the best way to bridge that gap is we got to get back to dual parent households. So we got to really get back because what ends up happening, the wanted now comes from most of the time, not all. I'm not saying all, so don't nobody beat me up in the chat. But most of the time is because the dad is not there to provide the structure for linear growth. Because when the dad is there, he is in charge of all of that. So what you start to see, you see progression. So through progression comes with patience. So in the millennium age, because it's more single parent households with the dad not being there, that part gets missed. That's why you in a instantly I want it now culture. And as a Black man in America, we all know that we have to go through the process because most of the time is not given to us. We have to progress to be better. We have to progress to learn more. We have to progress to do certain things to get us to a level of growth where now we can be the pinnacle for somebody else to see us and view us and catch that vision and then want to emulate us. See, and when we don't have that, that's what normally ends up happening, because the thing about a man is, especially a black man in America, we know that we have to do things harder, longer, but more consistent.
Yeah.
So that's what
I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna keep sliding to We Ain't Signed Itch and Very Unlikely. Thank you, TJ, for coming. I guess your girl be calling you tomorrow. You know, I'm gonna say this, and like I said, I'm gonna slide it on. There is nobody in the Bible that didn't have a mentor. I already got my notes, so you know I'm dropping this one commentary for tomorrow's link. No one, including Jesus, didn't have a mentor, and a lot of people get confused over that. But even Jesus had to follow John the Baptist until he was ready to become Jesus.
Yeah.
People don't understand that baptism. You understand? You couldn't have a Joshua without a Moses. You couldn't have a Elisha without Elijah. So even in scripture, you needed someone to teach you in order to move ahead. Just to let you know, before the billions, I have many mentors in many different areas of my life. Intentional Millionaire is my business mentor. He has to what? Teach me business. You see what I'm saying? There's a, you know, the word business. What is business? He has to teach me what is business. How do you think as a businessman at one level? What is branding? Do you understand your income, your resources? Once I understand business, then I have to develop myself to say, okay, Perry Unlikely, can you mentor me in these areas?
Right.
Because I've shown myself worthy as a businessman to be able to handle this area of my life. So a book just won't do it. He can sit up here and say, okay, Uncle Stu, read these 10 books. I can sit up there and read the 10 books all day long and still don't know what the heck I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? You're a data engineer. There is some stuff you know that can't be written in a book.
Yeah, there's a practical side of it.
Right. There are things you do that is not written in the book, but you know why you're doing it. You know why you on a platform for 10 straight hours. Somebody else be like, what is he doing? Why are you on a platform tonight? And I have to explain to him, do you realize that dude got a regular job? And then he come home and he does 10 hours. Why? Because while he's sitting up there on a live platform, what is he doing? He's building a website. He's learning how to take time and put it over here so he can learn how no longer to manage out that time. Why? What was and you know, I cut up the little video. What was the things you said, you as an individual? You said, Kevin Samuels taught you this. That's a part of mentoring. Coach Kanish taught you this. That was part of mentoring. Anton Daniels taught you this. That was part of mentoring. You just heard me say, DJ Link, you said something. Can I use it? That's part of mentoring. If you recognize my business name, Stu One International Network. Guess who taught me the middle part of that name? We ain't signed an itch. So that I don't get caught up talking about, I got a black-owned business. No, I got a business. I just happen to be black. Because I want to capture the international market. I don't want to capture the black market. Guess what? I just got mentored. So you got to see mentorship as universal. Whoever is willing to sit down and teach you. Do you know how humbling it is to say, hey, I had an interview with Chicagorilla. Now, most of you be like, you got Chicago. No. You don't understand what that means. That means somewhere along the line, this man saw me putting in work and respected the work I put in to what? Give up his time, his name to come on Uncle Stu's platform. Remind you, how many other people probably reached out to him and couldn't get him?
Dang, that's a fact, Unc. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. You are absolutely right. Dang, that's a fact.
Hey, Uncle Stu, can I add in on this? Is
Sure.
that they say that knowledge is one of the only treasures that you can give out freely without losing it yourself. So.
Matter of fact, the truth of the matter is the more I have, the more I have to give.
That's a fact.
If I don't give it, I can't receive anything.
Mm-hmm.
To whom much is given,
much is required.
I like to bring this when we talk mentorship. I mean, anytime we have conversations, I like to bring it back to music, right? Because that's for a lot of people as a cultural reference. It's kind of like something that people can relate to. So, you know, for my aunt, Vaughn, Links, y'all probably gonna Perry. You may. I don't know how old you are, Perry, but you may get this reference when I make it. I know TJ will. Is she still in the chat? I think about Diddy when he was Puff.
Mm-hmm.
Think about when he was Puff Daddy. Links. Who did he have to
I know where you go.
Right, I know where you going. Yeah.
He had to sit under Andre
Harrell. Yeah.
Okay. Most of y'all don't know Andre Harrell was part of a rap group called Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Andre Harrell, the blueprint for Uptown came literally from Andre Harrell watching Russell Simmons.
Yep.
Isn't that something?
Wow. So look how it goes. Russell Simmons, Andre Harrell, Puff Daddy. And then look at everything that spawns as a result of that, right? And so I say that because like a lot of times when you break it down like that, like that's where a lot of young cats can like get it, right? And the thing with Andre Harrell, and if you listen to Puff's story, it wasn't romantic. You know what I'm saying? Like he bust his butt, he did some work. A lot of people talk about how Jodeci was he was the stylist and they was the spitting image of Puff in R&B, and how he styled Mary J and kind of put her on, and you know, the whole Father MC, so on and so forth. But then Puff wanted to do his own thing, so he got too big for his britches. Well, Andre Harrell say, if that's what you want to do, then kick rocks. Go do your thing. Here's how it comes full circle. Years later, when Puff has built his empire, who'd he bring back into the fold? Andre Harrell. The student had now become the teacher. Andre Harrell had a position, if I'm not mistaken, either at Revolt or like Bad Boy or something like that. But he had a position.
I know he had a position at Bad Boy.
He had a position for his untimely passing. And so I think the point that, you know, the OGs are making when we talking mentorship, see, I consider myself a lifelong student. So I learned from Before the Billions, Intentional Millionaire. I learned from Jonathan Man, I listened to Jonathan Barronville on El Wapo last night. Like,
a lot to learn.
Jesus Christ, this boy was breaking down the investment of that Ti did the low income housing that Ti was trying to do in Bankhead Links. Jonathan Barronville was breaking that down. I'm sitting up here like, God, dog, man.
Yeah, he's very thorough.
Man, they got the game. And as OGs, we just got to continue to pour into them because their legs is what's going to carry us across the finish line. But I'll bow down. I'll bow down. I know Perry waiting to speak, and I know we ain't signing Ish. Been up here for a minute.
It's all good.
Vaughn, I had no idea that you were that young, sir. You look like mad skills in your avatar. You look like skills.
I am quite young, and that picture that you see is just probably like maybe like 3 or 4 months ago.
How old are you?
Wow.
I'm
like
59. 59.
Oh wow.
59. Yeah, I got a lot of great. Yeah. But
hey, Big Bad Bull, I'm dropping the link, man. Come on up. I love what you just said. Go ahead, we ain't signing Itch.
Salute to the panel. Hope everyone is doing well. So before I answer the question, I think before the billions, were you asking from the perspective of should we take money for mentoring or should we pay someone to mentor or coach us?
Yes, I was talking about I was bringing up money right when I asked the question. So should you pay somebody with money in order to mentor you? But Intentional Millionaire kind of answered it in the sense of paying with your sweat equity. So I like that answer as well.
Okay, then I'll move on. But I would say that I have paid all the coaching and mentorship that I've received. I've paid for it. I've paid for all of it in my adult years. All of it in my adult years.
Now,
so
one second, because I want to ask this because I've been researching this, right? Is that mentorship and coaching are different things, even though they're similar. And some people use them interchangeably. But
but even with the mentoring, I paid because I had to pay to get into that network to meet those mentors. So I still paid.
Yeah, and I was just saying that that mentorship is something that can last you for your whole life, while coaching is supposed to be working towards a specific goal that's supposed to get you to a better place. Like, I have a basketball coach. He's supposed to be teaching me how to dribble and play basketball better. He can also be a mentor as well. So.
Right. Yeah. But even for the people who quote unquote, even the people according to your definition that mentored me, I still had to pay because I had to pay to get into those networks or in those groups. So
you invested in yourself, right? And that was a good thing, right? Yeah. So I think that's a good idea. A lot of us need to invest in ourselves. Some things that we're going to accomplish in life is based on how we invest in ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So that turned out to be a good thing for you, right?
Oh, no, I believe in paying. I absolutely believe in transactional situations. So yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that I feel that, like, for example, because, well, let me just say it from this perspective. Because the background that I came from, where I wanted to go, a lot of people in my neighborhood where I came from are just not in those spaces. So I had to put myself in those spaces. And to put myself in those spaces, you have to join clubs, you have to join network groups, you have to join this society, you have to join that society to put yourself in those positions to where you can meet, network, and get mentorship. Right. So I put myself in those positions. Okay. So yeah, moving forward.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Before the billions, just piggybacking off of what he said, I kind of do that too, in the sense of if I need to network in a certain space, and be around certain people, there are those things called exclusive clubs. I mean, if you really think about it, being in TLA's Patreon, that's a form of paying for it. You understand what I'm saying? Or, if you're trying to rub elbows with, say for where I'm at, if I'm trying to rub elbows with, let's say, non-content creators, but I'm looking for rubbing elbows with certain types of business people, then I might have to pay for the club that these business people are at. So I gotta pay for that access. Or if I want to, rub elbows, I might have to go get me a set of golf clubs and pay to get on the golf course to be around certain people. If I use Perry unlikely, if I went to him and he was going to mentor me about the things he knows, I might have to pay for a whole bunch of dinners. I might have to, if he's taking an hour out of his time and his time is worth $50, but I feel that 50 is going to net me $200. He could take that 50 all day because I'm a win in the end.
Right. So let me make it more tangible. Okay. So hold
on, what did Orlando Minor? Thank you, sir. Glad that you're here. Good knowledge, good wisdom.
I was about to ask, was that the Orlando?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Orlando, man, salute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let me make it more tangible. So I'll give you a very direct experience. So when I first opened my business here, I joined the American Chamber of Commerce. Right now, that's like $5,000 a year, right? But it was through that I was able to meet people at the embassy, and one of the guys from the embassy mentored me and told me, okay, this is how you do business here in China. He put me up on game, right? But if I never joined the Chamber of Commerce, I probably would have never met him, and therefore probably would have never got that mentorship, right? And his advice has been immensely helpful here, right? Because he gave me like kind of the inside track. Because what he does, he helps brings brands from the US over to China, right? Pretty much. So, he kind of gave me the inside track on a lot of stuff, right? But I would have never met him if I never put myself in those positions or in those, those Chamber of Commerce membership. So if I never got that membership. Okay.
So I have a question. I just have a question, if I may. And we are talking about paying for mentorship, and we're putting a price on it in some instances, like we're talking about. But I just want to flip it for a second and say, is there ever a time where the mentor needs to invest in the person that they're mentoring, or the mentee, if you could say that? Is there ever a time? And I'm asking that question because there's a lot of young people who are less fortunate than some others who can pay for this, that, and other. Sometimes when you're a mentor, you may have to buy someone a pair of shoes, just to boost them up to a certain place, so that they can see that, yeah, you can accomplish some other things. I'm going to help get you the tools. So my question is there ever a time where the mentor should invest in the person that they're mentoring? But if I could ask that question.
Do you remember?
I'm gonna push back, but I'm gonna let the panel speak. Go ahead, because I'm gonna. This is where I will push back.
Well,
I see too many people who can afford $120 sneakers.
I knew you was gonna do
that. They can afford a PlayStation.
I'm not talking about those people, Uncle Stu. I'm not talking about the people.
No. Let me tell you why I'm saying that, Mr. Vaughn.
Yeah,
a lot of us, and I see it too many times. We got money. We just want to misdirect that money, and then as soon as somebody say, "Hey, I just need $10," we got our panties in a bunch. You understand? And I think that you know what I said. What I said. Let me get knowledge from other people. Let me get quiet.
Listen, I'm a just drop.
It's just a question, so,
Yeah. All right. After this, because I want to make a second point. So you can answer, but after that, I just wanted to make my second point.
Well, I was just gonna say, for the old heads that are up here, if you paid dues for Boy Scout, or Cub Scouts. That was paying for mentorship.
Mhm.
If you remember the Big Brother program, right?
That's
That was
right.
mentorship, and
The
those
boys
guys
club.
that,
That's right.
yeah, if you were in Big Brother, you know, a lot of
Mhm.
times
I
they
was in
took
that.
a real vested interest in your home life. They
Mhm.
took a real vested interest in your home life. And then let me say this also. One part of this is charity, but then the scripture records that the laborer is worthy of his hire, meaning that
Exactly.
if you find value in what I'm doing, you should be able to pay like you weigh, right?
Mhm.
And so those are the three things that I just wanted to touch on because I don't want to prolong the point. But you know, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, you know what it is.
I got a good example for him,
All
though.
right.
I get it. I get it.
Go ahead, Perry. All right.
So I was going to say, if you think about it, right, and I never even thought about this till just now, and I have talked. I've talked to the intentional millionaire. We've done a couple Zoom calls. So if you think about this, just my specialty, we'll say, is crypto, right? You guys are on social media, so it would make sense for me to invest in you guys, right? It's not a lot. How many people know crypto
Mm.
like that, right? Because you're reaching your people, and when they need somebody in crypto, it comes
Mm.
back to me. So as the
Right.
mentor in that case, yeah, it would make sense that I invested in,
Okay.
in the people because they also have something to offer me in the long run. So that's a good example though. And we all have something to offer each other. It's just about finding that right balance. And I do think sometimes that is money, but it's not always money. It's just,
Mhm.
somebody can make a website. Oh, I'll tell you how to make some money in crypto. You can make me a website. Boom. There we go. Because I need the
Mhm.
website. You need to know about crypto, and we grow that together. And that's how it used to be back in the day anyway. Before money, that was currency. You
Mhm.
make this, I make that, and that's how a village was risen. So it's just a thought I had on it though.
I wanted to, I guess I'm going to tie into Perry, what you just said with what Vaughn was the question Vaughn was asking. Is there ever a time where the mentor needs to, and Vaughn, correct me if I misquote you, if there's ever a time where the mentor needs to pour into the mentee, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I'll give you an example. I'll share a story, and this will kind of tie into what Perry was saying. This is my pastor in
Mm.
Atlanta. He was at a dinner with some millionaires and billionaires, and at a dinner. And as he was sitting at the dinner, they'd eaten their they had finished dinner, and then folks were getting desserts and folks were getting coffee. And my pastor was sitting there at the table, and this is an older white man, billionaire, and he was sitting there at the table, and he was poured a steaming hot cup of coffee, and as he poured the hot cup of coffee was poured, he went to grab the cup, and he had to put it back down because it was too hot. My pastor was watching and observing, and he motioned um, to one of the waiters, "Hey, can you get me a to-go cup and get me one of those sleeves?" And the waiter brought that to him. He went over to the millionaire and took the millionaire's cup of coffee and poured it into the cup with the cup sleeve on it. And he did that and then walked away. And before he could take a couple steps away, the mentor was like, "Hey, come here for a second." And he said that him recognizing the need of that mentor opened the door for that man to sit down. He said that man sat down for about an hour and talked to him like a son and poured into him and gave him knowledge and information and whatever that he could have never really paid for. So
Mm.
just tying this back to before the billions, you have to be discerning. I'm not opposed to paying, and I'm not opposed to not paying. You have to be just discerning in which space you need to do the paying, which space that there's going to be an organic um, relationship that develops, and you get mentoring that way. there's several different ways that you can go about getting mentoring, but it's just making sure you just have to be very discerning in the manner in which you get it. Because some folks, you can pay, and that's all they're looking for money, and they're not really looking to give you real gems. They're only looking to give you just enough so that you keep paying to keep coming back. They want you on the pipe. So they're going to give you a little bit, get you high, make you come back. So you just have to be very discerning of who it is. That's really the factor of who it is that you are getting your or seeking to get your from. So that's all.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that.
Anybody got to add to that
one? Yeah, I would like to add my second point, if that's okay with the panel.
Sure.
All right. So now the second point, I have two more points. So the second point is about we talked about being broken. If I'm correct, being broken and kind of be giving grace and understanding each other's brokenness. Do I have that right in a relationship? Or do I have that wrong?
I don't know, because you worded it different.
Y'all about to say that again?
Vaughn,
So
I think this is more towards you and that understanding. So can you kind of repeat what you said?
Sure. Who, me or Vaughn?
No, Vaughn, because I think that was more of a Vaughn question or a Vaughn issue.
I'm not sure, but what were you saying? Can you repeat?
No, I was just because my whole point was I think that before you get in a relationship, you should go through the healing, go through the therapy, whatever you need to do before you get in a relationship. Like whole people, because hurt people hurt people. So I wouldn't. I don't think it's a great strategy for someone that is broken, that is going through the healing and things like that, to be in a relationship, pairing up with another person. I think that you should go through the healing, come whole as you can, and that person comes whole as you can. Because I feel like in the Black community, especially Black men, we are expected to accept everything, and we're expected to fix everything as well. And I just think that's an unfair burden that we put on Black men. Because when we look comparatively to our peers, white, Asian, whatever, coming where we've come from, because we got to understand something, right? Jim Crow was in the 60s, right? That's barely 50, 60 years ago. And to come from that and to see the growth and the success and the achievements and accomplishment that Black men have made, even from Generation X, my generation, from the 90s to now, right? If you compare, the young guys in their 20s to when we were in our 20s, right? You can see a huge improvement, right? So I think that when we're talking about relationships and leadership and things like that, like we put this onus on, well, if you're going to be a good leader, and if you do this, if you do that, things will be better. And I just think that's a little bit unfair, because one, no person in the world has the power to change people. People are who they are. When we look at the Bible, it says Jesus could not perform miracles in his hometown because the people refused to believe them. So if the Son of God himself can't change people, we as men ain't going to change people. The reason why,
let me, if I can address that real quick. I'm not sure exactly if you were.
Hold up, Mr. Vaughn. Hold up.
Finish my. So, and if I got it wrong, then I apologize. That's why I asked for
I think you may have gotten it wrong, because I don't recall.
Okay. No,
I think that's more directed towards Links. Links brought up the point, Mr. Vaughn.
Yeah,
okay, I get it. I'm
kind of moving away from the broken part, but I'm just talking about how, like, now this day and age, Black men, and how Black men got their things together, and Black men are being the leaders that they need to be in their household. And I think that we need to give a little bit more credit and a little bit more praise for what we have done and what we are doing, because I think that the situation with Black women is independent now of Black men, because of intersectionality and things like that. We're different now. If in the fifth wave feminism, we're different groups now. And to say that if Black men do something or lead something, that Black women will come back to the table or things could get better. And I'm just saying that I think that is an unfair burden to put on Black men, especially seeing the gains that we have gained. And I'll close with that.
Very unlikely. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can, because it was interesting. And by the way, real, I'm 37, so I'm right there at that. I done bumped my head a couple times.
You got some notches under your belt.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing I thought about, I was thinking earlier. There's a lot of talk right now about accountability and women for the streets. But one thing is, though, to realize is there's a difference between talking about it, because I think there's reason to talk about it, but some people are angry about it, and there's only two people that are angry about women that are for the streets, and that's because you're with one or you're not on your purpose. I mean, because when you're on your purpose, you're not worried about that anyway. And if you're with one, well, you got yourself in a conundrum from not being on your purpose. It comes from the same thing. So, that's really the way that I look at it. But I really don't feel like, if we would be on our purpose and take care of ourselves and get ourselves ready. I've heard it several times and I agree with it. On the plane, you got to secure your own mask first. You have to. And if you don't do that and work out your own issues first, you're asking for trouble. It doesn't mean when you get in a relationship you don't have issues. I mean, we're human beings. But this idea of just let's get together and then fix it, that's not the way to lead. That's not the way to lead. If I want to get people to come into business with me, I got to lay the groundwork and the plan first, or we're just going to be a bunch of people headed nowhere, So absolutely. So I think it's okay to grow together, but that's the biggest thing where I'm seeing, some issues. But also I'll say this, I don't think the whole thing about being for the streets is like, but who are you running with though? I mean, because I'm married. My wife is who she is, right? So you can tell if you take the necessary steps and you get to learn people for who they are and take that time and not be in a rush. There's people out there. It's definitely people out there. I think we're looking in the wrong place sometimes. A lot of times though. So
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with what you just said. I absolutely agree with that. We need to be on our purpose. And when we focus on what our purpose is, the women should fall in line with that. And a female that doesn't fall in line with you being in your purpose, it's just not for you. I don't believe it's something. I don't believe that it's something that we should have to have this debate over and over again. It is so frustrating to me. Listen, let me finish.
Okay.
Be
Okay.
on your square. Be on your square. And if you're taking care of your business, believe me, that woman is going to fall in place with you. There's no debate about it. And if she doesn't, then she is not for you. Move on. But this
Okay, so Mr. Vaughn.
wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. But this constant debate, man against woman, woman against man. Who's right? Who's wrong? What we gonna do? Come on, you're like a dog chasing your tail, never catching it. And it's just a battle. It's a battle that's gonna just go on and on and on and on. When we can move forward, we can move forward. We need to move forward, not with this same repetition of the woman this, the woman that, and the man this, and the listen. Each individual be on your purpose, and when purpose meets purpose, come on, we're talking about destiny.
Let me
I'm
ask
gonna
you a
leave that,
question, Mr. Vaughn.
leave that there. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. If a black man, since sometimes we throw color in here, if a black man is on his purpose and the woman is willing to follow him is not black, how do you feel about that?
Oh, how do I feel about it? Hey, you're gonna love who you love. Now, number one, I don't have a problem with interracial relationships. Who am I to judge that situation? You know what I'm saying? Hey,
Right.
that's you. That's what you're doing. If that's what works for you, then I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
know, but rather than figure out why you two are together and you're Hispanic and this person is black, I need to be on my purpose. You know, I've been with my
So,
wife going on 20 years now,
Mm.
you know, and I'm blessed, you
so can
know.
I would like to
That's
ask
something
something.
we made that up anyway, right? To what book? No matter what you believe in, what book is telling you about color? That's something we have decided. We've made
So
that up ourselves. We
Okay.
made that whole thing up about. So I say, like, you know, you be with whoever is right for you to be with. I mean, I do get, once we've separated off. I mean, because now that we have separated off into our own cultures, yes, I do believe there's
Yeah.
importance in trying to have repetition in that culture, because it does give you, there's experiences you go through
Mhm.
that you know, based on what your children look like, you have to be able to explain to them. But the whole idea of, you know, with interracial and all that, that's something that we've honestly, I don't know, other than
What,
what humans just making it up. Honestly, I just,
but if you think about it,
so
Harry,
can I add something real quick? Sorry to cut you. I just
Oh,
want to
let
add
me
something.
hold up. What the itch? I mean, we ain't signing itch. Chicago. How you
no,
feeling, man? Because
I
you
was
are
going
the
to
main
say,
host,
no,
and we on your timeline.
no, man. Listen, I told you I'm used to doing this on Thursdays and Tuesdays, so I'm rocking with you. I'll suffer the
Okay.
consequences in the morning, but I'm a servant. You know what I'm saying? Before I'm anything else. And what I was really going to say with Perry is that when you think about it, that interracial piece, if you really think about it, that's really a Western construct. Because
yeah,
when you go to most indigenous countries,
it is.
people marry like
Yeah, they do.
people that look like them.
They do.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's rare that you would see somebody that's from China or Taiwan marry somebody from South Korea, right?
That's
Because
true.
you understand what I'm saying? So that's
No,
where that comes from. But I do
that makes
understand what
sense.
you're saying. But I also understand the other side of the argument in terms of why people and for the record, I don't care about who marries who or who's with who or whatever either. I agree with you. Now,
Yeah.
I can say my own personal preference is to be with the chocolate. I mean, the butter pecan roof. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And by the way, my
That
wife
thick
is
butterscotch
black.
that I
So,
got, I want that
right.
thick butterscotch that I got. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? That's my personal preference.
Right.
Now, on the flip side of that, though, I think people that make the argument for black men mating and pairing with black women, and I've dated outside of my race, fam. It's different. It's just different. It's just different. So I understand both sides of it, but I don't make a judgment for what other people choose to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly. And I understand both sides too. And really, me being from the country, honestly, in small town Virginia, when I got to Atlanta, I was like, oh, okay, there's black women everywhere. I mean, of course, I had lived in DC and I had been around, but before that, it's just
It's
like,
way
it
different
just
than
wasn't
Atlanta.
as
You're right.
common. So once you see the possibilities, it's like, oh, okay, you know, and then by that time, yeah, I want to marry a black woman. So, but it's people that have people that have a disdain for it. It's like, it has nothing to do with you. Like, you worried about what someone else is doing. This is
Yeah,
crazy,
Exactly.
you're
bro.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that.
If
I
if I
just
can
don't get that.
add something, if I could. So first, Vaughn, first I want to
Yes,
say
sir.
you're absolutely right. Be who you want to be with, who you want to be with, and don't care. stand on your square, and move on. I agree with you on that in purpose. And if if she doesn't follow you, she's not with you. Truer words have never been spoken. So we are in alignment there. However, what we're not being completely forthcoming on is the sexual policing that black males in America go through. Evidence one: there was a black man who is a principal for a high school. He has a white wife. He posted him and his wife on his Facebook page. The superintendent, I apologize, but if you can YouTube it and you'll find it. I apologize. I don't know what city this was. Superintendent called him and asked him to take it down because parents were complaining. Right?
I heard about that.
I'll leave it that there. Michael B. Jordan.
Wait. How often does that happen? How often do we see
I'm going to give you a couple because it happens a lot.
But wait, no.
Sure.
Just really quick, because when I'm on these platforms, I know we do these. We can aggregate, not aggregate. We can gather a bunch of anecdotals or one-offs and say that represents a significant amount. I'm glad before the billions just popped back in. I'm assuming
you were correct when you said aggregate. Aggregate is just putting multiple smaller pieces into a larger piece.
Well,
right,
but I wasn't trying to say that. But what I am trying to say is, what we try and do is we try and sometimes in the space, and I, with all due respect, because there is something that you asked earlier that I wanted to go back to.
Sure.
But in this question, the way that you're posing it, and even with you lining up, you're gonna give me a bunch of right, and I still don't think that would represent a significant amount that requires our attention to the matter.
Okay, so then before let me do this. What evidence do I need to submit to you? Because I'll meet your challenge. What evidence?
So when you say something like 60, so
let
when
me
you say,
finish the question, please. What evidence do I need to submit to you to show you that, or is there any evidence I can submit to you that shows you that African American men are sexually policed?
No, that's not what I was. No, I think the I wasn't arguing whether African American men are sexually policed. What you started giving was anecdotal, like you was giving one instance, and you say, "Oh, I got a bunch of them." Well, if you just come and say, "Hey, well, in 60%, which is a overwhelming majority, right? A majority of these instances, this happens," then that would be evidence that we could look at, and we could start to dissect that.
Okay. So then my question still stands, because you're saying I'm giving examples and make it aggregate, or better yet, I'm taking those examples and making it, and I'm taking those anecdotal evidence and making it the commonplace. So I'm asking you, what evidence would you need to see, or I need to bring up to?
And respectfully, I'm going to say it again. If you could point out some data, some stats that bear out what you're saying, that says, okay, so in these instances, like if you said, I guess the point you're trying to make is that black men are, say it again, sexually policed.
I said black men are. So my point, the point I'm trying to make, overarching point is just that when we're saying that to move on, and then if she's not there, and she's not the woman for you. So actually, I'm agreeing with you on that point.
Sure.
The problem is when the problem I'm saying is that when black men do this, right, then the community has an issue for it, because I'm not going to say a lot of times, because let's just say other races of women are going to get on board with that quicker than our own women. Right? Not all.
But see, I just lump that into. I just call that hating.
Yeah, but this the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so let's take Perry, and he says hating, and then you say other races of women are gonna get on board. I have a
Faster.
different opinion.
Faster.
Faster. Cool. Great.
Faster.
Who's the one that's doing the hating? Is it black men or black women?
Black women.
Okay. So at the end of the day, if what we were saying, which I agree with, because I think what Lynch was saying was everything rises and falls on leadership. So if we're leaders, then we're supposed to lead. And the women that are supposed to be of our tribe, they're going to either get down or lay down. Now, this is the crazy thing to me. This is the crazy thing to me, Vaughn. What other ethnic group, race of men is having the conversation that we having about these women?
Okay, that part right there.
Wait,
what you just said, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Vaughn. I'm sorry.
No. I
knew somebody was gonna say white man. I knew.
No.
I think we ain't signed it. Said that. I knew somebody was gonna say white man.
I said that. Yeah, I said that.
And I'm gonna tell you what I see with the observable eye. Okay. Because people, and I say this all the time, just because you pour syrup on it, don't make it pancakes. Yeah, you see people complaining about their women. Then you're gonna have that 7 ways to Sunday. Go in the barbershop. Black men complaining about their women in the barbershop. They do that all the time. Here's my point. What I see with the observable eye for where I work specifically, my work. Oh man, Becky, Amy, Hannah. Oh man, they can show you they ring finger. They could show you they could show you they $500,000 house. They could pull up easily in a Benzo, a Beamer, a Range Rover. Who?
Marriage in America as an all-time low for all races across the board. American bridal shops have been closed. Americans are not getting married.
And this may be where there's a disconnect. And I'm assuming you are on the younger spectrum.
Nope, I am 42.
Oh yeah, then I would disagree.
But still of the percentage though, still of the percentage of who are married, I would still say Rilla's right on that though.
No, because we're looking at baby boomers. When you look at the statistics or you go to CDC and you look at the marriage and marriage license, number one, the marriage rate, even though the divorce rate, even though it's 50%, is propped up by baby boomers. New marriages, this is statistical fact. You can Google search it. American marriages are at an all-time low. Millennials and zillennials are no longer getting married, right? Majority of
that's what a disconnect is. Yeah. Yeah,
overwhelming
if that younger generation, and yet none
because
of them.
You're pointing to the older generation. You're saying Becky, but Becky at 40, yes, I agree with you.
Okay,
right, but Becky at 28, no.
That's why I said that may be the disconnect in terms of the generation, right? In terms of
I mean, yeah, because the thing about it is, if you're saying that Becky at 28, whatever, no argument there, right? Because our generation, yes, they were getting married. No argument for me. I would agree with you.
No, I'm saying Becky at 40 plus, 30, 35 and up, definitely. 28 not so much. I don't disagree with that.
Right. So then we have no disagreement with each other. Right? Because if you're saying the older generation, 35 up, I would agree with you. Yes. And we're saying
but
30
listen,
now.
Wait. Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry. The Beckys that are 35 and under, they're still out marrying our women. Like they're still listen, I'm just telling you at the observable eye where I work. I'm in the south suburbs of Chicago. Okay. I'm in the deep south suburbs of Chicago. Deep south suburbs. Okay. I see them pulling up in Benzos, Range Rovers. You know what I'm saying? And the houses out there, I keep telling the mayor, like, y'all trying to kidnap me. They love me. They want to bring me out there. No, I'm not going.
But Chicagorilla. But my point is this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My point is this. This is not a black issue. This is an American issue, right? And this is a Western issue. In the West, people are not getting married at the same rate as our generation. Number two, the birth. Sorry, I gotta go. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting conversation.
I think one of the points that he was bringing up was important, and what I wanted to respond to, because to Link's point, I will, and this is a conversation that me and Link's having. I don't know how you feel about this, but I will never take the responsibility off men to not lead. I will never say, listen, I follow John Maxwell. He is one of the dopest. One of the Bibles that I have, the New King James Version, is John Maxwell Leadership Bible.
Yeah. Okay? I read his book.
I got the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership.
Yeah.
It's over there. I ain't gonna go grab it.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he wrote a book and then he turned around and went through the entire Bible, using his book to define leadership in the Bible.
And so this concept, because even I think what we ain't signing ish, I think part of what you were trying to get to as well is that, well, the white people ain't doing this and the third either, but then are the white men leading of that age group? Are they leading?
So okay.
Everything, you're not gonna be able to get around it. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And if women are the weaker vessels, if we are in position, and how Vaughn was saying, if you on your square, what are we really talking about?
So we're talking about this. We're talking about what you're talking about, which I definitely disagree with all due respect, is that you're saying what we call in a manosphere, alphaing your way through this. Because the first thing we understand about, please allow me to finish.
I'm not talking.
Okay. The first thing you have to understand about leadership is this, right? You can only lead the people who are willing to follow you.
I disagree.
Then you're a dictator. You can only lead people.
Leadership is about influence. So wait, wow. You're 42?
Yes.
You're 42? You're based out of where?
That's a way extreme right there.
Can I jump in for a second?
Wait, intentional. Just, I'm sorry, I'll bow out, but I just want to clarify. Okay. Gosh, I can't even see your name now. We ain't signing ish.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 42. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you're based out of where?
Shanghai, China.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
So
no, I think what. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. You go ahead.
I think what Ain't Signing Ish is basically saying is he's just basically saying that for the men that go out and they go on their purpose and then they get to a position like I am where I'm suitable for marriage and looking, but it's not a lot of wife material. I think that's kind of what he's more or less speaking to, not necessarily saying that you alpha your way through, but in the same token, it is a responsibility, not just as well as man to level up and stay on his purpose, but it also needs to be a responsibility for the women to become marriage minded and marriage material.
So
and it's a lesser number for that. I can hear you, Chicago.
Let me say this, because I don't want to hog up the panel. Let me say this. Anyone who is a leader, anyone who has been a manager, a director, whatever, understand you cannot change people. You can provide, you can delegate, you can provide them with the paths of being successful and help them to achieve their career, achieve the tasks and things they need to do in their career. But they have to be willing to do that. And if they're not willing to do that, you fire them, right? You don't sit there at the job and constantly coerce and influence. If you influence, if you do your best to coerce them and they're still refusing to do whatever you need to do to help that department, they are asked to resign, right? Any manager knows this. No manager worth their grain of salt will ever say I'm going to keep working with this person until they follow my lead. No, sometimes people are cancerous, so you move on. Now, to the bigger, so that's why I say leadership does not mean forcing people to do either they believe in your mission, want to be a part of your program or not. That has nothing to do with leadership. Leadership is being able to see who's a part of your program, who's following your mission, vision, and goals. So to the second part, right? Now look at Intentional Millionaire, where Intentional Millionaire said was somewhat right, right? I am a Harvard graduate, 2 Ivy League degrees, fluent in Chinese. I have businesses in China and Kenya. When I was looking for a wife to get engaged, the others came first, right? They were on my page. And then the ones that when I went to the Harvard alumni events and things like that, the ones that looked like me immediately felt they had to compete. Immediately.
When you say the others came first, can you explain to me what you mean by the others came
Arab,
first?
white, Asian, whatever, right?
Okay.
Just other reasons, right? It's just
other than black is what you're saying.
right, right. Eastern Europeans,
I
whatever, right? So now I am engaged. I am engaged. So, but before I got engaged to her, the women that look like me, they had the first right of refusal, right? But in the relationship, there's a constant battle for power, constant ongoing for battle. Now, I'm not saying not all, but there's a lot of black men who have the same experiences I have. A lot. And matter of fact, there are 10 brothers here in Asia, all Ivy League degree guys, all 6-figure guys or more. Some are millionaires, right? All have the same issue as I have. All. Right? But
see, I don't see how that's possible. Statistics, just looking at statistics, right? And because I think sometimes we lead on like brothers are on it a little bit more than they are. Like every brother ain't making 6 figures. Every brother ain't on their purpose. I mean,
that's true.
We've all passed a lot of them on the way up, right?
Right.
But even so, if you're talking about black women, statistically speaking, there's more of them than us.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to go to the right place, but I believe there is one there for you if you really want one. There's one there for you. That doesn't mean no in some backwoods country town in the U.S. No, but and Rilla knows better than me. I'm in Atlanta, so my filter may be a little bit different, but I've lived in some other cities.
True. That's what I'm speaking from. Yeah, you're right.
So, but they are there. I think part of the problem is connecting. Something's not connecting us anymore. I mean, because a lot of times I hear people speak on this. There is this thought that if a woman has a PhD, she's a bulldog. That's not true. My wife has a PhD. We are a traditional family. That's just not true. So we've worked it up in our minds. There's no one fits all scenario, is what I'm saying. But I think there's for the couples that are, whether you want to say, there's all kinds of mixes. There's, high powered, she's more laid back. He's high powered, she's high powered, and people for years have found a way to make it work. So that's what I'm saying. I think the opportunities are still there, but something's not allowing us to meet up. But I understand that everybody's scenario is different, though.
But
So
can
Perry,
You know what? Can I address that? I would love to address that just very quickly. A lot of times we're so busy looking at the numbers, and the numbers have to add up, and the numbers and the statistics and the this and the that. And you miss the blessing because you're so caught up with the numbers. And there's 10 of this, there's 30 of that, there's 50 of that. And you miss the blessing. 5,000 were fed with a fish and a couple of loaves of bread. That number didn't make sense. So you got to look past the numbers sometimes. But when we're focused on the statistical status of it all, and 10% of this is that, and 50% is that, and 80% of that is this. You're doing a lot of math, and that's good. But at the same time, you're so busy looking at that. I feel like that's what makes a lot of us miss out on a blessing. There's some women out here for you. They are there. You have to find that wife.
Wait, just really quick. Let me play advocate real quick for we ain't signing ish. Well, maybe not advocate, because I more or less have a question, because you were saying about being a Harvard graduate, because I'm actually trying to think of the caliber of man that you purport yourself to be, and I'm not saying that as like you're not that. I'm just saying you said, "Hey, I'm in Shanghai, China." I'm first thing I'm like, how many sisters in Shanghai? Right?
Oh, okay. So
But
so
wait. Let me say this too. Of the caliber of man that you are, how many women do you think qualify for the for what you expect? How many women just at large? Give me a percentage, regardless of
yeah. So I kind of regret saying that because I wanted it to be like the everyday man. So I kind of so can we just move off that because yes, you're right.
Well, it's gonna be
So
different for the everyday man, though.
right. So but I want to because I want to be an advocate for the everyday man. Right. I don't want to like I kind of regret kind of saying that. So let's forget that. But just to prove your point, though, there are a lot of black women here. My first engagement was to a Kenyan girl, because China and Africa has an agreement. So there's a lot of graduate students that come out here on full scholarships all over the country.
I may have to
Because
tap in behind the scenes with you to see what's going on, man. I got questions. I got questions.
So a lot of people say, oh, there's not a lot of black people. There is, right? There's girls from Kenya, Zambia, Tanzania, Ethiopia. There's a lot, right? Because they come here to go to college or in grad school. So there's a lot, right? There's large communities, and then you have black Brits, black Americans, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a lot. Because my first fiance was from Nairobi, Kenya. So, but anyway, I want to just kind of make it to the everyday person. So when you are making, let's say, $50,000 per year, stand-up citizen, you got your trade school certificate or your degree, your degree, whatever, right? Perry, I do appreciate your sentiments because Perry, actually, in relationships, you would be the standard that most black men would want. Successful, educated black woman, educated black man, working together, have children, right? Because I'll keep it a buck. Like, I would rather have that than what I'm engaged to now. And she's a great girl. But it's just natural to be attracted to our own kind, right? That is natural.
Careful, brother. Careful.
Okay. Well. Anyway,
that face really made.
Speaking his truth.
It's natural to be attracted to your own kind.
No,
right?
You said I'd rather have than what I got now, though.
Look, I'm keeping it 100. So I mean, I'm keeping it 100, right?
You definitely ain't signing ish.
Right.
Yeah, we ain't signing ish.
I need you brothers to appreciate. That is not commonplace. Right? That's not commonplace in Philly. Right? I'm from North Philadelphia, Strawberry Mansion.
Right.
That is not commonplace there.
And I respect that. And it came. I'm sorry. It came with it did. I had to grow into accepting, but that's purpose again, right? For me, anyway. That I know what I want, and I'm gonna keep driving forward until I get that. But yeah, I think everyone's experience, is definitely different. And one thing I just want to add real fast is that, I mean, in terms of the sisters, though, because I see this all the time. Y'all do a Google search. Y'all will hear that someone is working at Home Depot and won't show up for a second date. Do you know how many men work at Home Depot? Brothers making 150 grand a year, making more than lawyers, but you think because they say Home Depot, they're not making money. That's not the truth. There's all kinds of jobs. Brothers at Walmart, 150,000. Brothers at Target, 100,000, 150. Y'all got to stop. Y'all got to stop just thinking because a lawyer has a suit on, he's the only one making money. Y'all got to stop doing that. And I have seen that a lot, and it can be frustrating. It can be frustrating for people. I mean, blue collar jobs pay well.
So Perry, that's kind of what I was kind of speaking to. Not necessarily saying that it's not good women out there, but it's more women that there is more agendas versus just want a general relationship, regardless of status, regardless of what a guy makes, just wanting to be with a good guy. But it's almost like the checklist has more weight than something that want to be doable and long term. If that
And I
makes
agree,
any
and I
sense.
do agree. I agree
If
with you
that
on
make
that
any
because I
sense.
think it does. And until women put themselves in position to show that it's not just about the money, then
Right.
then brothers are going to think that. And I agree with you on that because that's the same thing I thought.
Hey, Perry.
Let me say this, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I love this conversation, but I'm going to respect the host that got to get up in the
Sorry about that.
morning
Okay.
Absolutely.
because he not like me, where intentional millionaire can say, yo, come on, Uncle Stu, let's go to the gym at any time, and I can get up and go. But what I am going to say is I love the conversation. Chicagorilla, I am very humble, so humble that you came onto this platform
thank you.
to have that conversation. And I hope you come back again
I hope
because
you invite me
I
back.
think there was a lot of good conversation.
Yes,
I
sir.
think there's a lot to unpack. Whether we talking about business, whether we talking about relationships, whether we looking at various generations,
Yes.
whether we trying to understand my generation versus another generation,
Yes, sir.
there's a lot. I think for me, I'm trying to grab those brothers that are not the Perry Unlikelies right now, but want to become one.
Yes.
The brothers that are not before the billions, but want to become one. The brothers who are not the intentional millionaires, but they want to become one. The ones that are not ain't signing itch, but want to become one. You feel me? I can't help the ones that is already healed, making the money, and got 2-3 houses. That's not my lane.
Yes, sir.
My lane is grabbing them young brothers to say, oh, you think you can't make it? Well, I got a business that can go straight into the classroom, and all I need is a laptop and a screen, and say, hey, before the billions, you got about 30 minutes to get online, and he ain't got to fly to where I am. All he need to do is go online. You understand? Oh, you can't handle money? Oh, you think America's the only place you can work? Well, let me call my boy in China and holler at him.
That was a low-key flex. Sam said, I'm in Shanghai.
No, I'm not. So actually, I don't like to, because I'm an advocate for the everyday man. Because
Nah,
I grew
you
up
good, bro. You good. I see
You
that.
When I say that, no, we ain't signing itch. When I say that, this ain't even about money. This is trying to open up the eyes for people like you who done came from the hood in Philly and made it.
Wait,
as an example, sir.
Can I pick just really quick? Hold on. Let me wait. We ain't signing ish, man. Hey, man. Stun on these fools, talk your ish. You can advocate for the blue collar and the everyday man and still stun and tell us how you doing it big over there in Shanghai and how you got businesses in Kenya and your first engagement was for a sister from Nairobi, man. And we gonna still ride with you and understand your perspective, bro. Stun on them, man. Let them know what it is. Let them know. Let these young bloods know that they can come from North Philly. And they can still get it out the mud and make some of themselves. Man, we salute you and we honor you for that, bro. Don't ever dumb down that, man.
Yep.
Don't ever dumb down that.
I agree.
And Chicagorilla, he was one of my first major chat series. You know what I'm saying? So his whole story is still on my platform.
Man, I gotta go research that. But fam, I'm telling you, man, I salute and honor that. I'm rooting for everybody black. Man, don't ever dumb that down like we don't understand you or we can't. I'm blue collar. I'm blue collar 1000%. You understand what I'm saying? So to hear you talking, and if you would have said, hey, I speak Mandarin, I would have understood it just fine. You understand what I'm saying? So with that said, bro, man, salute to you and
that's why when I said like she wasn't my first choice, because she doesn't speak English, so I can say
I get it.
whatever.
I get it. I ain't tripping on that. I'm just telling you, we respect you, we honor you, we love you, we appreciate the example that you setting because you are inspiring people, fam. Don't ever dumb that down.
Yes.
Yeah, don't ever dumb that down.
I agree.
Because the only thing most of these kids know right now is LeBron James, Young Dolph, and OBJ. I don't know, or the baby or whatever, man. Nah, we need more. We ain't signing issues. We need more.
Well, that's why I am so honored because Chicago. I give him his props. You know, every time I have a live and it's a decent conversation, you know, is God knows it's 12 hours to hours. That's what time it is over there. And for him to always just come, drop knowledge, drop his understanding, drop his wisdom, you know, that's an honor, man. He could, like they, you know how we say it in the church world, he could be at anybody else's platform, but he chose mine. You understand what I'm saying?
You got to bring
this
me
platform
back.
is good. Like it's good. A lot of solid brothers here, and it's my lunchtime, so like I'm not really sacrificing. This is my lunchtime right now, so I know it's late for y'all, but it's late.
He's still flexing on us.
No, I mean,
you know that, right? See, the moment he said lunchtime, I noticed everybody touched their stomach like, man, I gotta eat some dinner.
Look, I got one question for you. I know you finna close us out, but I got one question for you.
Sure.
We have 4 hours and 36 minutes. Is this is this the longest one you done had?
No.
I gotta break the record.
No.
I know Chill Will's going for like 13, 14 hour stream.
But before the billion, see, there's something before the billions is my moderator, right? But before the billions also got an inside source and secret about me. And he already done peeped something already. See, so before the billions know, when Uncle Stu do one of these numbers right here, and then put his hand behind his head,
it's a wrap.
Before the billions already gonna go on my private jet and say, you tired now, aren't you, Uncle Stu?
I got a funny story. I got a funny story about before the billions. I think it was like 4 days ago. 4 days ago. It's me, Wally, Kareem, and another lady on his platform.
Oh, you know about that time before the billions was asleep?
Yeah, on purpose. I was like,
I caught that.
In our stream
on the table, and he slept on this thing, and I'm like, we should go, right? Because like you see him like stretched out on camera. I'm like, and it's like 4 in the afternoon for me, so it had to be like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning for him. I'm like, yeah, we need to go. But this dude was stretched out,
on that one.
and he was like, no, I need my watch time. Go ahead.
Hey, Chicagorilla.
We ain't signing this shit. I turned that into a clip.
Look, at Chicagorilla. Yes, he didn't just go to sleep, Chicagorilla. He had a blanket around him. I said, now what? He had a blanket. Look, Chicagorilla. I went to sleep. I woke up. It was about 5 o'clock. I saw he was on live. He done turned me. Everybody talking in the chat. He in the chair with a blanket like this. I said, what in the world?
There was one that I was on too. There was one that I was on that went a long time, and the conversation got a little heated, and we got to talking, and man, we went for a long time. I remember that. So Uncle Stu definitely can have some long streams.
Yeah, but Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
I'm 54. I'm 54. Before the beans is 26. His body can do what mine can no longer do.
Hey, we went 6 hours.
Take that power nap and wake right back up and like 5 in the morning, be right back to work. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Me,
I do appreciate you. I really sincerely do appreciate you for having me on your platform. And I also appreciate the brothers that came up. And I appreciate the sisters. I appreciate Miss B Finesse. I had never cammed up with her. TJ is auntie for show. And man, just to be able to have the conversation with like minds, and even when we don't always agree, being able to have the conversation respectfully as men, to be able to push the agenda forward. Because to Von's point and to Jay-Z's point, at some point we got to get to the actionable items. We got to get to those actionable items. And I believe in still calling out the BS, and we can call out women and hold them accountable. I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly.
We can call out the brothers too. Hold
There's time for it
too. But at some point, as men, we got to do what men do. And so, Unc, I appreciate you. I got to get back in here to hear some more of this preaching. I need to be on the platform because I felt like I sparked something in you, and you got the preaching in one second. It was a Holy Ghost fire shut up in my bones.
I appreciate you. Chicagorilla, before you go, I'm from Chicago too, and I don't know. You said you live on the in the deep suburbs of Chicago.
Well, I'm working in the suburbs, but my family's in Roseland.
Oh, okay. But do you get to go to the city a lot, or?
This pandemic didn't threw everything off, man. But I love, man. Y'all have no idea, man. When I start this channel, I'm gonna do this journal, this video journal or photo journal called A Tale of Two Cities, and it's gonna document everything that's beautiful about the South Side of Chicago and everything ugly about the North Side of Chicago.
Yeah, and I've lived.
And only people from Chicago understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right.
True. No. My question was, do they still have Goose Island? It was a fish place.
Vaughn.
Yep, it's here.
Yes, sir.
Chicago. You only 1 hour behind me. Vaughn all the way in California right now. That means it is about what, 8 o'clock?
No, it's about 8:45.
Exactly.
I was about to say, he 2 hours behind me. So okay, now.
But you better believe, Chicago, you're gonna hear from me again. We're gonna definitely I got some topics that we definitely gotta man up and talk about. And I'm dead serious. It's time for the men talk. We can't keep running always to the other types of platforms when we speaking on deaf ears on those platforms just to get the numbers. No, I'm not. I'm about to work. When I say intentional millionaire is that mentor, he makes me put in work. I can't just sit up there and go, well, I know what you told me 2 weeks ago. He will ask me, what I gave you an assignment, why it ain't done? I can't give him no excuses, but that's making me a better man. Right. I gotta do exercises. I'm the one who gotta pay to put the work in the gym. If I don't put that work in, I ain't gonna get it out. Then what I'm gonna do? Cry about it? When all the resources is there? I can't go up on everybody. I can't be on everybody's platform. Not anymore, because now I'm a brand. And as a brand, I got to make sure, everything's going to be good. You're the proof of that work. I ain't
we appreciate you, really.
Proof of that work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if I was a nut sitting up here, I wouldn't be here. I shout out to Jada LaRue. Me and her is on that brother that I was telling you about, Chicagorilla, and she getting ready to do it live. I'm waiting on her date. She keep moving the date on me. I'm like, all right now, so you gonna stop moving this date? You gonna do this live, girl? She done went from one day, then I go back and she done stretched it. We're gonna get her in this, we're gonna do that live, and because she got some good topics too.
Let me get through this holiday season, man. Bring me back top of the year.
You got it.
We appreciate you, Chicago. Great story.
Man, sir?
Yeah, appreciate you.
We appreciate your great story about your background.
Oh, man.
Because it's always good to get the transparency because it helps us, know that we all relatable, but we all got a story and we all got, we all on the same track, just had a different journey.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Man. I'm sure he's on behind the scenes, so professional. Sent me the link like 7 days in advance, and just I appreciate you, man, and I love the dialogue. And anytime that I can connect, man, I'm a nobody trying to be somebody, trying to tell anybody about the one somebody, right?
Yeah.
So, with all that said, anytime I could build with brothers that want to have a genuine dialogue and have the conversation, man. I see Perry in these streets, man. He killing it in these streets. Vaughn, I see Vaughn moderating and commenting in these streets, man. Intentional Millionaire. I hear about you all the time, sir. All the time.
You hear about me all the time.
I do. Yeah. These YouTube streets are small.
Yeah, they talk, man.
Yeah, it's small.
Streets is watching.
Before the billions, I know him. Jedi Mike, I know him. You know what I'm saying? And y'all think about this. The different spaces that we're in, the different cities that we're in, and we're able to connect and have honest dialogue that advances the agenda forward, man. That's what this is about. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for no shenanigans, no WWE, no jumping off the turnbuckle, trying to elbow somebody in the head. I'm here to have the conversation and move the agenda forward because the next generation coming behind us, man, I thought I had it tough, with the little gang banging stuff, man. I ain't shit. Man, we got more stuff to talk about. I'm gonna let you close it out. I'm not gonna cut in again.
You're good. You're good. I mean, it's
the opportunity.
Yeah, listen, like I said, and I'll say it again. For you to give me your time, your knowledge, your wisdom, and to open up on this platform is huge. Through you, I made a connection. I gotta make sure I got the right link because I see a couple of DJ links. So it's like, I hope this brother done sub to me because there's so many DJ links. I don't know how I can.
He dropped the DJ part. He's just links now. That's a whole nother story. You should have heard. Hey, if you didn't hear his story on Suzette, you should have heard his joint on Suzette Speaks. He went on there and talked about how he met his wife. And I know you would enjoy that.
Well, I'll get him over here to talk about it.
Yeah, it was. And I know it. I know him. I've known him for decades. But he dropped the DJ. I was trying to get it. The reason why I was asking because I was trying to get his DJ equipment from him, but he didn't get it. He didn't gave it up. He not DJing no more. He gave it up.
All right. Well, we definitely gotta get him. And like I said, my brother, I'm getting to that level where I can say I got about 10 G's to do on some crypto. I don't want to get left behind financially. I already got my mindset on my real estate deals over here. Then I just need to, cash in some stuff on the left.
Hold on. A quick question to Perry. So Saitama in you. Should I invest or no?
I wouldn't. It's short-term fun, but long-term, somebody can get burnt. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Look at AVAX. Ask your man, the intentional millionaire. I told him about AVAX last week, and that bad boy's almost up 50%. So
yeah, I was going to tell you all. I want to thank Perry Unlikely. He's been really coaching me in the background. Very humble guy. Really took the time to really help me get a better understanding about crypto because I just want to go from being a novice to being intermediate because my stuff is more traditional. Here. But Perry really does a great job and he enjoy what he do and he's willing to help you.
Well, email me anytime.
So all we need now, Paris, for you to get that Patreon for us.
I'm working on it. I got it coming for real. I promise.
Wait for the dudes.
He hardcore, Mr. Perry. I told you, when you see me get in the gym and he tell me turn that camera on, y'all see me almost passing out. You understand?
Right. Right.
Hey, let me ask you this.
How do you spell AVAX?
It's Avalanche, but just AVAX.
AVAX. Okay.
Yeah, just shoot me an email, perryunlikely@gmail.com, and I'll let you know anything you want to know about it.
Okay, yeah, I need some coaching, man. Just let me know your prices, and we can get it. We can get it
That's
going.
another flex. See, here
Okay, I got you.
flexed again.
Look, hey, Chicagorilla. We was getting it for free until all of a sudden he just gonna flex the dollar.
All right, then cool.
Yeah, I got
you. Hey, the Philly Bull said, "I'm gonna pay like I weigh." He said, "I'm gonna pay like I weigh." Perry, I do have a question. I do have a question though, because I know in the traditional stock market, which I'm, in, and I follow Warren Buffett philosophy and not only Warren Buffett, Michael Lee Chin and John Rogers philosophy.
Yeah.
I follow them. Is crypto sustainable?
Yeah, it really is. Now, you got to know about the cycle and when to kind of, when is going to be the good times and the bad times. But honestly, you can be a fool, and if you have a long-term mindset, there'll be no other opportunity like this for the next 200-300 years. I bet. I mean,
wow.
No doubt.
Right,
no doubt. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
All right, yeah, Trey. So let me rephrase. I'll email you for that free coaching. I'll email you for that free coaching.
I got you. Email me.
No.
Look, he busted now. He done flexed on us. Now we all gotta get our money bags up. No more hookups.
I'm not trying to mess up the flow.
Look, next time Chicago, I gotta cash out him $1,000 just for him to sit for 30 minutes.
I mean, because here, that's how it works, right? Like here, friendship, because I've been here 16 years, right? I've been out of America for 16 years. So how relationships work here is very different. Like, so for example, if I'm your friend, friendship here means I have to do something when you ask. And in return, when I ask you to do something, I must do it as well. So like, for example, if somebody offers to do something for me and I'm not feeling them like that, I have to say, no, and push them away. Because if they help me, I have to help them. Because that's how the relationships work here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So nobody here does anything for free unless it's family. So,
wow.
Okay, we'll pay like you weigh, big timer. Go ahead, Warren. No, American rule, time, man. And then you low key said you and Perry ain't friends.
Now you start trouble.
See, that's that Chicago stuff. You gotta watch it now. He done said earlier, he done grew up in the hood. You done grew up in Philly hood. He grew up in that Chi-Town hood.
Hey, I'm gonna sneak one in there. Yeah, you gotta
Philly
watch
has more than 450 shootings, and the year ain't even over yet. I grew up in the hood.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
I know about it.
We all do, man. They play with the numbers. I mean, we could talk about Atlanta and what they doing in Atlanta, man. Atlanta is crazy right now. They shooting up Lenox Square Mall, and that's one of the most premier malls in the country.
And that's what I say too. I say the same thing. The devil is everywhere.
Yep.
He's busy all over the place. So,
Perry, they
devil's
put,
busy all over.
I'm sorry, Vaughn. I just real quick, Perry, is that true? They didn't put metal detectors in the mall?
No, I haven't seen them yet. They're talking about it though.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I went to Lenox a couple weeks ago. I have my bulletproof vest on. But
hey, look, let me tell y'all something real quick. And I promise, Unc, I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done.
Don't let my team come in here.
doing this on Tuesday and Thursday, right? The big though, there's an Atlanta police station at Lenox Mall, and they got the security right up under the food court.
Yep.
And they got
sure
shooters
do.
that pop off in Lenox Square Mall. And this is like in the most affluent part of Atlanta, outside of Alpharetta.
In Buckhead, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, fam. It's crazy. So it's everywhere.
That's up my way, brother. That's where I'm at now.
Signing Ish, don't stop stunting on them though. Don't stop stunting just because it's shooting.
They have metal detectors here in the subway, and they use metal detectors in Kenya, right? So when I go over there a lot, they have the car with the bomb dogs, and they look under your car and stuff like that. Because
what's the native language of Kenya?
Swahili and English, right? Because it was a British colony. No, everybody speaks English, so I don't need to speak Swahili because it's a British colony, right? So when you're looking around, the signs are all in English.
I got questions. You got my math. I put it in the private chat, man. All y'all brothers got my math. Please text me, link with me. Let me know. I'm easily accessible, man.
All right. May the peace and the blessing of God go with y'all forevermore. In his mighty name. Amen. And to the chat, thank you for stopping by Emancipated Studios. Remember, emancipate your mind and the rest will follow.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.